Chapter 662. Female Literature. Su Yen immediately sensed that something was wrong. He did not know what was going on, but to be able to directly turn the seawater into such a state, the person who did this must be very powerful. Whether or not he was a real Saint Venerable, he at least had the power of that level. Such an existence was extremely terrifying. If his current mental strength allowed him to summon all 4 of his demonic beasts, he wouldn't be afraid. However, his mental strength was limited. If he summoned all 4 of his demonic beasts, he would die before the enemy. Sea Serpent, quickly leave. Su Yen directly transmitted his thoughts to the Sea Serpent. At that moment, the Sea Serpent was also madly struggling. As the overlord of the sea, he was more sensitive to danger than Su Yen. He clearly knew that an extremely powerful enemy had arrived at that moment. His body crazily dived downwards, and his huge figure kept changing. In the end, he actually turned into a fleeting shadow, trying to break free and escape. After his speed increased, the terrifying sticky power seemed to have weakened a little. However, Su Yen did not have time to be happy. That cold snort was heard again. One had to know that this was the deep sea, and it was difficult for sound to be transmitted. However, this person was able to transmit his voice to this place, which showed how powerful he was. That terrifying power kept shaking, and then the surface of the sea began to change. At that moment, there was a man in black standing on the surface of the sea. His eyes were fixed on the surface of the sea, and his power was slowly extending into the sea. Beside him, the 3 sect masters of the Devil sect from before were standing quietly at the side. The 3 venerable ones were so respectful to him, so it was needless to say that this person was probably a Saint Venerable. A holy venerate level existence was definitely very impressive within the sect. Putting everything else aside, the Shui family's great ancestor had not become a Saint Venerable even with such a cultivation base, which showed how difficult it was to become a Saint Venerable. If the entire sea was a huge piece of tofu, then his dark power was an unimaginable long saber. Under his power, the tofu was gradually cut open. It's actually the demonic sea-rending snake. This old man needs such a powerful demonic beast with an ancient bloodline. Today, it's destined that you won't be able to escape. He sneered, and his strength became even more terrifying. Finally, the sea began to split in 2. Vice sect leader's divine might is unfathomable. I admire you. This person was actually the vice sect leader of the Devil sect. The Limitless Demon sect was very powerful, and it had many branch palaces. For example, Ghost Killing Hall, Sunluo Hall, and so on. They were actually all forces of their own. The Devil sect's sect master and vice sect master were their managers. For this operation, the Devil sect actually sent out a vice sect leader. The vice sect master calmly said, "Cut the crap, I'll split the surface of the sea and create a domain for you all to enter. Bring these guys here. Remember, don't hurt the girl from the royal sect or I won't be polite." His voice was calm, but the few people present felt immense pressure in their hearts. Especially when they heard the last few words, their hearts became even more uneasy. There were a total of vice sect leaders in the Devil sect, and the one in front of them happened to be the most murderous. Unless the sect leader intervened, no one could stop him when he wanted to kill. Therefore, since he gave the order, no matter what, they had to complete it. The 3 venerables had already entered the sea. At this moment, the vice sect leader's gaze fell on the warship. He looked at the 3 heavenly ghost heroes and said expressionlessly, "What are you 3 still standing there for? Are you enjoying the sea breeze?" Hearing his words, the 3 heavenly ghost heroes immediately felt a chill. They knew that this person was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Logically speaking, they didn't need to listen to his orders. However, they knew very well that the so-called reason needed to be backed by strength. After they used their secret technique at the same time, they directly reached the venerable realm. If they joined forces, they would be 3 venerables. However, in front of this person, it was simply not enough. Therefore, they didn't say anything unnecessary and directly escaped into the sea. At this moment, only Fan Xing was left on the deck of the huge warship. At this moment, the vice sect leader's gaze fell on him. Fan Xing only felt that he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying demon at this moment. He didn't dare to move at all. He was deeply afraid that this guy would suddenly eat him. At this moment, the vice sect leader smiled faintly. This is interesting. You actually have such a mystery on you. This guy Fan Yunlin is really... The vice sect leader muttered to himself. From his words, it was obvious that he and Fan Yunlin knew each other. It was no wonder that the limitless demon sect would make a move this time. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at the sea again. The surface of the sea was constantly shaking, and everything was constantly changing. He saw everything that was happening in front of his eyes. Is that the guy called Su Yen who suddenly appeared in the Tai-Hang sword faction? What an interesting guy. It seems that there's a need to capture him. He smiled sinisterly. At this moment, Su Yen immediately felt his body turn cold. It seems that we've been targeted by something. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a huge movement. The sea was divided, and they were directly imprisoned in the domain. At this moment, they were like birds in a cage. It was almost impossible for them to escape. At this moment, several venerables came down directly. It was even more unrealistic to want to fight with the other party. It was as if their fate was already decided at this moment. Clown Sea Serpent, is there really no other way? Su Yen transmitted his thoughts. At this moment, the Clown Sea Serpent directly transmitted his thoughts. This mysterious dark power is really too terrifying. Not only did it divide the sea, but it also suppressed my power. When those venerables came down, I almost had no power to resist. The Clown Sea Serpent's words were also unusually angry. Not long ago, under the Godslayer sword and the Evil Eye Tyrant, he had just escaped death, but now he was in danger again. He sadly realized that ever since he met this master, he had become unlucky. Naturally, Su Yen did not know what he was thinking. At this moment, he began to think of a countermeasure. It seems that there's no other way. I can only summon the Blood-Winged Dragon. At this moment, Su Yen thought of summoning the strongest monster, the Blood-Winged Dragon. After all, its power was close to that of a holy beast. Its appearance might not be able to defeat the super powerhouse who was attacking, but at least it could buy them some time. However, summoning the Blood-Winged Dragon was too dangerous for him. It would cause damage to his spiritual power. This was not something he wanted to see. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt a surge of warmth rising around him. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi suddenly exclaimed, "Young miss, don't. You can't use your power now." Su Yen immediately knew that it was the mysterious young lady who had started to activate her power. Although it was only the beginning, Su Yen could already feel an extremely powerful power from it. This young miss's power was beyond his expectations. However, when he saw Elder Hiroshi's expression, he immediately understood that using her power like this was a huge burden for this young miss. Su Yen did not stop her. If he had a choice, he would not let this young miss take the risk. However, he did not seem to have many choices now. Summoning the Blood-Winged Dragon might not be a good choice. Elder Hiroshi suddenly made a move and interrupted the young miss's use of power. "Elder Hiroshi, why do you have to do this? We're already in a deadlock. If no one breaks out, then we're all going to die today. Someone has to be sacrificed. Moreover, my use of power will not cause me to die." Mu Tianxing's voice was very beautiful. This was something that Su Yen had to admit. Su Yen did not say anything. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi said, "Young miss, you're right. Someone has to be sacrificed. Young miss, your body is precious. The sect master's safety is entrusted to you. You can't take the risk." Then he said to Su Yen, "Brother Su Yen, I'm really sorry for putting you in danger this time. However, I still want to ask you to protect my young miss and help her get through this crisis." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body rose into the air. "Elder Hiroshi!" Mu Tianxing was extremely flustered. She wanted to stop Elder Hiroshi, but when Elder Hiroshi stopped her earlier, he obviously used some method. Her movements were directly sealed. "Ha, you bunch of monsters want to hurt my young miss? You're delusional," he shouted coldly. Then his power burst out in an instant. At this moment, all of his power was constantly tumbling, and his body began to distort. In fact, when Elder Hiroshi made his move, Su Yen already had a premonition. In order to buy time for his young miss, Elder Hiroshi was probably going to give up his life. His body began to strangely expand, and the power in it continued to gather. Self-destruction. This person actually self-destructed according to the immortal law. A venerable one forcefully twisted the spiritual chi in his body and then released a final attack before his death. This kind of power was, of course, very terrifying. At this moment, the silent light continued to go berserk. At this moment, the mysterious and unpredictable pressure began to lessen. The sea-splitting demonic snake immediately twisted its body and finally managed to escape from the suppression of this strange domain. Chapter 663. Female Literature. After breaking free from the shackles of the mysterious power, the sea-splitting demonic snake's speed finally reached its peak. The sea-splitting demonic snake lived up to its name. When its speed reached its peak in the ocean, even a sacred venerate would find it hard to catch up. However, the two of them were not very happy at the moment. This was because Elder Mo had sacrificed his own life for them. If it wasn't for Elder Mo, the two of them would have been caught by that sacred venerate. Of course, the sea-splitting demonic snake didn't care. In his heart, he only cared about his master. If there was no danger, then he didn't care. That human sacred venerate was too terrifying. The dark power that filled his body terrified him. However, it didn't matter now. Since he had already entered the deep sea, so what if he was a sacred venerate? At the moment, he was swimming freely at the bottom of the sea. Su Yen and Mu Tianxing were silent. After a while, Su Yen finally said, "Young miss, the dead are gone. Please don't be sad." The young miss called Mu Tianxing didn't say anything. Su Yen could only sigh in his heart. Of course, he knew that it was easy to say this, but it was very difficult to do it. Seeing a friend die in front of him, and for him to die for him, how could he let it go? "Thank you, Su Yen." Mu Tianxing's beautiful and lively voice sounded. "If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to live, so thank you." Su Yen shook his head and said, "No need to thank me, this is what I should do." Su Yen naturally didn't care about this. Besides, it was the other party who had helped him first. Receiving a favor from others should be repaid with a spring. This was his way of doing things. "Su Yen, I'm very sorry this time. I didn't think it through and caused you to get into big trouble." She paused and said, "I am the daughter of the royal sect's sect master. My name is Mu Tianxing." She continued, "In recent years, my father has been in seclusion. He has been in seclusion for so long that many people thought he was dead. Therefore, Vice Sect Master Fan Yunlin began to take control. He's Fan Xing's father. This time, the reason why I came here is to seek help. My father is acquainted with Xianxia of the Taihang sword faction, so I hope that he can help me." Su Yen frowned and then said, "Miss Mu, my sect master's cultivation is indeed unfathomable, but as the sect master, I'm afraid it's not good for him to interfere in your sect's affairs. Moreover, it's not good for him to be far away." What Su Yen said made sense. If the sect leader really went to the extreme royal sect, it was very likely that a war would break out between the two sections. Moreover, if he stayed too far away, the Taihang sword faction would be in a lot of trouble. Although the Taihang sword faction was powerful, the most powerful was still the faction leader and the Taihang godly sword. Now that the Jiuzhou continent was in troubled times, he did not believe that Xianxia would stay far away from the Taihang sword faction. Mu Tianxing said, "Of course, what you said makes sense. Of course, I also thought of this, so I never thought of asking Sect Master Zhang to come to our sect. I only hope that he can use the Taihang godly sword to break the seal on me." "Seal?" Mu Tianxing said, "Yes, it is a seal. I am a holy venerable." After she said these words, Su Yen was shocked. Although he had not seen her face, Su Yen could tell that she was not very old. Perhaps she was the same age as him, or maybe a little older. But no matter what, it was shocking that she could become a holy venerable at such a young age. He thought that his talent was not bad, and he had many adventures. But now, he was only in the dragon realm. And now, Mu Tianxing was telling him that she was already a holy venerable. Miss Mu is really amazing. You are already a holy venerable at such a young age. Mu Tianxing smiled and said, You don't have to be envious. At the very least, I don't like this. If I could, I would rather be a woman with an ordinary cultivation. Maybe then I wouldn't have so much trouble. She continued, My cultivation is strong, but this strength is not from my own cultivation. It is through some special means. So, although I have great power, I don't dare to use it carelessly. Even so, this power is a threat to me. She smiled helplessly. The reason why my father went into seclusion is to reach a new realm, so that he can completely remove the hidden danger for me. And the reason why I've come to visit Grandmaster Zhang is because I hope to borrow the power of the Taixing Holy Sword so that I can get rid of the influence of this power. After Su Yan finished listening, he finally understood the reason behind it. But that Fan Yunlin was more ruthless than I thought. He chose to attack directly. And this time, I caused Elder Mo to pay the price with his life. Su Yan was silent. In this world, there were always too many things that made people sad. Miss Mu, since it has already happened, then there is no use in feeling sad and blaming yourself. The most important thing now is to undo your seal. Don't worry, I will bring you to the Tai Hang sword faction. But I don't know if the sect master will choose to help you. Su Yan was going to return to the sect, so he couldn't bring her along. Although he was targeted by the devil sect, he couldn't do anything about it. As long as he didn't face a terrifying existence like a holy venerable, he wouldn't panic. At least he had the help of the demonic beast. Of course, he knew that this person in front of him had something that she didn't say. However, Su Yan didn't say anything about this. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since she chose to remain silent, he wouldn't ask. Thank you. The two of them fell into silence once again. However, after this simple conversation, the two of them didn't feel as estranged as before. At this time, Su Yan had already started to cultivate. He was a cultivation maniac. As long as there was an opportunity, he wouldn't give up. At this time, they were at the bottom of the sea, at least 100 kilometers away from the surface. The pressure of the sea was extremely strong. Without the protection of the sea-splitting demonic snake, even Su Yan's body would be crushed by the terrifying water pressure. After all, the pressure of the sea here was even more terrifying than on Earth. Of course, the pressure here was indeed terrifying, but the water vapor here was also extremely pure. Although Su Yan didn't use the power of water, there were still many benefits for him to cultivate here. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. Just when Su Yan's cultivation reached the most important point, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly transmitted a thought to him. The thought said, The mysterious island has appeared. Su Yan, we seem to be attracted by a powerful force. Could it be the Holy Venerable? Mu Tianxing said worriedly. They were now in the deep sea, but the sea-splitting demonic snake's body was still attracted by a force. Mu Tianxing really didn't understand what kind of force it was. No, it can't be the Holy Venerable. Even a Holy Venerable can't do something like this at the bottom of the sea. It should be related to an island. Su Yan said the thought transmitted to him by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Mu Tianxing suddenly exclaimed, Could it be that demon island? Hearing this name, Su Yan immediately frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it was a tricky place. Sister Mu, I'm not familiar with these legends. Can you tell me? Mu Tianxing nodded and then said, It's a legendary island. It's illusory and has almost no fixed location. Every once in a while it will appear. As for where it appears, no one knows. Maybe it's on the east side of the continent, or on the west side. This island is extremely mysterious. There are countless natural treasures on the island. If these treasures can be brought out, then they will be extremely rich. Some of these treasures, not to mention ordinary venerables, even holy venerables or venerable sovereigns would be tempted. It's just that no one can find this island on their own initiative. It's only known that after this island appears, it will find a fated person and then bring them to the island. I originally thought that this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hearing Mu Tianxing's words, Su Yan was also very surprised. He actually encountered such a thing. However, he soon thought of a problem. Sister Mu, since this island is called Demon Island, does it also have dangerous existences? Mu Tianxing said with a smile, of course, and the danger is simply unimaginable. Every time the mysterious island appears, there are about 100 people or demon beasts that can enter the island, but each time, only a few people can come out alive. There are even many times when no one comes out alive. Hearing Mu Tianxing's words, even Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. No one can come out alive. The dangers involved were simply terrifying. More importantly, if one is attracted by the power of this island, then they can only enter the island. In the past, there was once a holy venerable who wanted to break this rule and then resist this mysterious power. In the end, his body was directly torn apart. In other words, we have already lost the choice at this time. We can only go against the current. Su Yan said. Right, on that mysterious demon island, cultivation seems to be suppressed. No matter who it is, it's the same for venerables and holy venerables. Su Yan didn't say anything. This was good news. After all, if there really was a venerable, even if it was just an ordinary venerable, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to deal with them. However, if everyone's cultivation was suppressed at the same time, then it seemed to be a lot fairer. Chapter 664. Female Literature. Forget it. Let's not think about him. Although I don't know why we were pulled into this place, we can only fight since we're already here. Su Yan quickly adjusted his attitude. After all, he had experienced countless battles. Between life and death, he had trained his spirit and strength to be extremely tenacious. Mu Tianxing also said softly, yes, it's just a battle. Soon, the sea-splitting demonic snake's roar could be heard. At this moment, he was being pulled in by this terrifying power, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, as a powerful sea beast, he had a certain understanding of this island. Now, he had accepted his fate. It seemed that ever since he had set his sights on this young master, he had been plagued with bad luck. It was like a mysterious curse. However, he had already accepted it. After all, he would get used to it after so many experiences. However, this sounded very sad no matter how he thought about it. Not long after, he was directly flipped over by a mysterious force and left the surface of the sea. At this moment, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing only felt that they had arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This place was surrounded by thick white fog. If it was just white fog, it would not be a big deal. The key was that both Su Yan and Mu Tianxing's divine consciousness were blocked by the white fog. At this moment, both of them were not newbies who had just developed their divine consciousness. Even so, they still could not penetrate the white fog. This could only mean that the white fog here was really terrifying. At this moment, Mu Tianxing directly asked, "What should we do?" Su Yan said, "What else can we do? Since we're already here, let's take it as it comes. Since we're already here, we can only cope with the changes by sticking to the status quo." "Ahai, do you have a way to shrink yourself?" Su Yan directly asked the sea-splitting demonic snake. The sea-splitting demonic snake was speechless about the name Ahai. However, it was starting to get used to it, so it transmitted a thought. Then, its huge body directly began to shrink. In the end, it actually turned into a small blue snake. Looking at him like this, not only did he not look scary, he even looked a little cute. At this time, this shameless guy directly flew into Mu Tianxing's arms. Most women were disgusted by snakes. However, the shrunken sea-splitting demonic snake was quite adorable. Of course, perhaps it was because Mu Chichi was born with a lot of guts, but she did not mind at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing glanced at each other. Both of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. In a place like this, it was generally not a good thing to run into other people. After all, although the legendary Divine Demon Island had unlimited opportunities, it was mostly filled with death. Those who were lucky enough to survive from the Divine Devil Island were few and far between, and every one of them was secretive about everything that happened here. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this was. The fog was so thick that Su Yan couldn't see the person's face clearly. Finally, the distance between the two grew closer and closer. The distance between the two parties had reached a point where they could see each other. When he saw this person, Su Yan's mouth began to twitch. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would actually meet this fellow here. Wow, Brother Su Yan, it's actually you. I was wondering who was here. You scared me to death. Ah, Brother Su Yan, long time no see. I thought you were dead. How lucky you're actually still alive. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to lower his head. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the idiot suddenly speak again. Wow, Brother Su Yan, is this your woman? She's so beautiful. You're really amazing to be able to conquer such a beautiful woman. I really admire you. At this moment, Su Yan finally couldn't take it anymore and directly hit him with his palm. At this moment, the other party seemed to be able to predict the future. He immediately noticed Su Yan's actions and directly threw a punch. When the two people's strength met, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted. Then, the two of them each took a few steps back. Wow, Brother Su Yan, you're really amazing. Meng Yang, shut up. Su Yan finally couldn't take it anymore. He knew that if he continued to let this guy talk like this, there would probably be no end to it. This guy's mouth was really amazing. Of course, in addition to this, Su Yan also had a deep impression of this guy's other hobby, which was to use the stick. Brother Su Yan, why are you so fierce? We're all good friends. Let's chat more and improve our relationship. Meng Yang continued. At this moment, Su Yan was about to go berserk again. He would rather face that holy master than talk to this Meng Yang. He was really good at talking. In order to prevent this idiot from continuing, Su Yan directly took over the topic and said, Meng Yang, why are you here? After the last secret realm, Meng Yang left with his master. After all, in that secret realm, they had plotted against the demon sect's venerable and killed him. The people of the boundless demon sect were not generous. They would definitely find a way to take revenge. The frenzied saber venerable was not weak, but the demon sect's foundation was too strong. People in the same realm were no match for him, so he directly called the holy master to come. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to disappear. However, he didn't expect to meet Meng Yang in this place. Meng Yang said, Actually, I don't know. Su Yan and I were practicing the stick technique nearby. Suddenly, there was a fog, and the fog directly swept us here. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and said, Isn't your master good at the knife technique? Why are you practicing the stick technique? However, after saying this, Su Yan felt that he seemed to have digressed. Damn it, as soon as I get close to this idiot, my thoughts begin to become chaotic. Su Yan tried to calm down and stop himself from being so agitated. At this time, Mu Tianxing suddenly chuckled. Her voice was so beautiful that even a fool like Meng Yang was stunned after hearing her laughter. Then, he finally said, Su Yan, does your wife have a sister? No, it's better to have a sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan directly punched him. It was unknown whether Meng Yang had hit people so many times that he had an innate resistance, or because his cultivation had improved a lot during this period. At this moment, he actually dodged Su Yan's sneak attack. Meng Yang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has improved a lot. Su Yan said sincerely. Meng Yang said very naturally, Of course, I'm a genius. However, Su Yan, you also seem to have improved a little. It's really not easy. Su Yan, this guy's skin was as thick as ever. Miss Mu, let me introduce you. This is my friend. His name is Meng Yang. Although he's a little strange, he's a very good person. This is Miss Mu. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Meng Yang's eyes immediately flashed, and then he said directly, What did you call her? Miss Mu. So, she's not your woman? Su Yan was speechless. Mu Tianxing also smiled and then said, Brother Meng Yang, you've misunderstood. Su Yan and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. I encountered a great disaster, and it was Brother Su Yan who saved me. As soon as her words fell, Meng Yang immediately knelt down. My goddess, give your life to me. I will use my life to protect you. I will never let you suffer any grievances. If Su Yan can do it, I, Meng Yang, can also do it. And if Su Yan can't do it, I might be able to do it. In short, from our appearance, you should be able to see that I'm a more reliable man than Su Yan." Hearing this guy's words, Su Yan simply spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Tianxing inadvertently took half a step back. Su Yan's friends were really very special. Su Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He directly flew up and immediately kicked this guy's butt. This time, Meng Yang didn't dodge and was directly kicked away by Su Yan. "Ah, Su Yan, you actually made a fool of me in front of my goddess. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Su Yan didn't pay attention to this guy's shouting. He directly said, "Meng Yang, according to you, your master didn't enter this divine devil island?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Meng Yang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. "You said this is the divine devil island? That legendary divine demon island that appears irregularly and no one knows where it appears?" Su Yan was speechless for a moment. He immediately said, I'm really the one chosen by the heavens. That old geezer can't enter here. But then again, Su Yan, you're actually lucky to be able to enter here. I think you should thank this Sister Mu. I think if it wasn't for her, you probably wouldn't have been chosen." At this time, Su Yan finally decided to ignore this guy. This guy's brain was completely different from others. You simply didn't know what this guy was thinking at this time, and what kind of shocking words he would say in the next moment. Su Yan thought of a word from his previous life, and that was chunibyu. "Well, since we've come to the Divine Devil Island, then we might as well go inside." Mu Tianxing said. If this place was really like the legend, then maybe he could find a divine object that could solve his body's problem. Chapter 665. Female Literature. Su Yan, Meng Yang, and Mu Tianxing. These three people walked together and formed a strange team. The three people walked in the fog. Although Meng Yang talked too much, Su Yan had to admit that without this guy, his journey would be boring. The area shrouded in white fog was really vast. They seemed to have walked for a whole morning, but until now, they still haven't walked out of this fog. Ayaya, this place is really big. At this time, we still can't see anything. But Sister Mu, you don't need to worry. With me here, I will definitely protect your safety. Think about it, there is no damn place here, but we can meet like this. Isn't this a kind of fate? At this time, Su Yan patted his head again. He directly interrupted Meng Yang and said again, "Meng Yang, you are shameless. This is the 17th time you said this sentence." Meng Yang immediately jumped up. "Su Yan, are you jealous that Sister Mu likes me? If you don't like it, let's duel." Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Talking to this kind of crazy person, other than killing his own pitiful patients, there was no benefit. Mu Tianxing was calm enough. Although at first, he was not used to this clown, but after a while, he began to adapt. This made Su Yan have to admire her. A goddess is a goddess, as expected, her composure is unparalleled. Okay, little flame, Meng Yang just wants to liven up the atmosphere, you just let him be. It has to be said that Meng Yang, this guy's nonsense, made people's heads explode. But the atmosphere was really livened up a lot. Originally, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing didn't talk much, even the way they addressed each other was very unfamiliar. But now, they had become more familiar with each other. Mu Tianxing had begun to call Su Yan Little Flame. With the support of the goddess, Meng Yang immediately became very proud. He said directly, Look, as expected of the goddess. She immediately saw through my intentions, unlike an idiot like you who only knows how to argue with me." Su Yan was immediately speechless, but since Mu Tianxing had already said so, he naturally couldn't continue to argue with this guy. After all, it was obviously unrealistic to fight this guy at this time. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. His gaze turned solemn. "Be careful, something is coming." Hearing Su Yan's words, Mu Tianxing immediately frowned. At this time, Meng Yang said, "Su Yan, don't scare me. Everyone's spirit sense is suppressed. I didn't hear anything." Su Yan said, "There's no time to explain. They are coming in this direction. Let's go, let's avoid them." After he finished speaking, he immediately went to the side. "He's just putting on an act." Meng Yang still wanted to say something, but at this time, Mu Tianxing had already gone to Su Yan. At this time, he naturally couldn't say anything more and could only follow. But he still muttered in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. When he heard the footsteps, his expression immediately changed. He wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of these guys, but by Su Yan. His spirit sense was useless here, but Su Yan could actually predict such a movement in advance. Seeing Meng Yang looking at him, Su Yan immediately knew what he was thinking, so he whispered, "My spirit sense is also useless, but this is my intuition, whether you believe it or not." Although this sounded very unreliable, it was really Su Yan's intuition. Even Su Yan himself didn't expect that he would suddenly have such a feeling. The three of them didn't dare to make any sound, and even the sound of breathing had been suppressed. After a while, this group of people walked past the place where they were hiding. Su Yan's gaze was always on this group of people. This group was very disciplined, which meant that this was a group that had been trained. Su Yan didn't think that this mysterious divine devil island could directly attract such an entire group of people. So it was obvious that this had always existed. This divine devil island was really incomparably mysterious. Damn, Su Yan, did you awaken a mysterious man's sixth sense? You actually felt it? Hurry up and help me sense when Big Sister Mu will marry me. Su Yan, Mu Tianxing, get out of my way. Su Yan directly kicked him. How did this guy's brain grow? Why did the frenzied Blade Venerable accept such a disciple? However, Su Yan suddenly recalled the scene of the frenzied Blade Venerable hitting him with a stick. Maybe, Chunibyu is contagious. When Mu Tianxing saw Su Yan's mouth suddenly twitching, he couldn't help but ask, "Su Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Su Yan immediately said, "No, nothing, I just remembered something." At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly turned his head and said, "Su Yan, are you thinking about Sister Mu?" Let me tell you, brothers are brothers, but if you dare to think about my goddess, I won't let you go." Before Meng Yang could finish his words, he was already sent flying. This time, it was not Su Yan who made a move, but Mu Tianxing. Even someone as well-mannered as her couldn't stand this guy being so corny. Su Yan looked at his angry appearance and the corner of his eyes twitched. Although he already knew that this Sister Mu Tianxing was definitely not simple, seeing her like this still made him scared. This seemed to be the rhythm of a female Tyrannosaurus. Mu Tianxing saw Su Yan looking at her with a frightened and flustered expression. She embarrassedly pursed her lips, then gently smiled and said, Xiao Yan, this is just an instinctive reaction, huh? Su Yan also smiled and said, "It's okay, I can completely understand. This guy is really annoying. Su Yan, save me." At this time, Meng Yang's scream suddenly came. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing's expression changed at the same time. Although this guy talked a lot of nonsense, his scream was so miserable at this time. This time, something must have really happened. The two didn't dare to delay any longer and directly went forward. At this time, they found out that Meng Yang was surrounded by several people at this time. Each of these people wore the same uniform and had an extremely oppressive aura. Needless to say, these people were the ones who passed by earlier. However, Su Yan didn't expect them to turn back. "Gentlemen, my friend didn't mean to offend you, please let him go." However, with more than 10 spears pointing at Meng Yang, Su Yan naturally didn't dare to act rashly. These guys were emitting a very powerful aura. Under such circumstances, if they wanted Meng Yang to take action, then Meng Yang wouldn't have the slightest chance. Give up resisting and come with me." A mechanical voice came. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. This guy gave him a very strange feeling. In short, this feeling was very strange. It was as if this person didn't exist in front of him at all. "Su Yan, don't worry about me. Hurry up and take my goddess away from here. Don't worry about me, my goddess. Even if I die, I won't let any accident happen to you. After all, I'm a man who values his promise more than his life." Su Yan was speechless. At this time, he was still in the mood to talk nonsense. This guy was really amazing. It was admirable. At this time, Mu Tianxing suddenly said, "Su Yan, let's go." Meng Yang put in so much effort, We can't let him down." After she finished speaking, she was really ready to turn around and leave. Her reaction surprised Meng Yang and Su Yan at the same time. At this time, Meng Yang directly shouted, "Goddess, my goddess, I'm very happy that you're safe, but if it's allowed, please take me with you." This guy, didn't he say that he would face death with equanimity? Wasn't this a little too shameful? However, although Meng Yang shouted like this, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing still didn't have any intention of turning back. At this time, the leader directly said, "Since you've come to the Divine Devil Island, then you must abide by the rules of the Divine Devil Island." The cold mechanical voice fell again. Then, a few warriors in martial attire immediately rushed towards Su Yan and Mu Tianxing. These warriors in martial attire were very mighty. They had an extremely powerful aura, but their realm didn't seem to be very high. The moment they approached Su Yan suddenly turned around and directly punched out. His fist wind was extremely fierce. Even if such a punch couldn't kill the opponent, it could still severely injure the opponent. However, at this time, a sneer directly sounded. "Is this the power? Ridiculous." Along with this sneer, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. This was because at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his fist had actually become much heavier. His fist's original power was absolutely terrifying, but because of this, his strength had been forcibly weakened. How is this possible? Su Yan was horrified. At this time, Mu Tianxing also saw the strangeness of this place. At this time, they were already surrounded. Resistance is forbidden. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. The voice was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 666. Female Literature. Su Yan, Meng Yang, and Mu Tianxing were not captured at the same time. The three of them were escorted forward. Until now, Su Yan was still frightened by the previous scene. He had clearly thrown out a punch, but such a powerful punch would suddenly be suppressed. Originally, he had 100% of his strength, but in the end, he was only left with 50% or even less. This time, the enemy had easily subdued him. "Su Yan, look, this is what you get for betraying your friends. But it doesn't matter, at least the three of us are still together. Don't worry, I will protect you." Only Meng Yang, an abnormally crazy guy, could talk nonsense at such a juncture. Su Yan said, "Meng Yang, did you fight with them before?" Meng Yang said, "Indeed, I wanted to hit them with a stick, but who knew that my strength would suddenly become weak? When I hit them with the stick, they didn't feel any pain or itch. They were not affected at all. What a tragedy! They must have been too excited to see the goddess, so even their strength disappeared." Su Yan naturally did not listen to the rest of the nonsense. However, there was one sentence that he remembered. Meng Yang was the same as him. When he attacked, his strength was directly suppressed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Mu Tianxing had told him at the beginning. On this Divine Devil Island, their strength would be suppressed. When he had just stepped on this island, Su Yan had already tried. At that time, his strength was not affected at all, and he could still use it as usual. However, when he fought with these strange Divine Devil warriors, his strength was immediately suppressed. This Divine Devil Island was indeed not simple. "May I ask why you want to capture us?" Su Yan asked the leader of this group of warriors. Right now, they were too passive. They did not even know a bit of information. This was definitely not a good thing. The Divine Demon warriors were terrifyingly quiet. They didn't seem to care about Su Yan at all. It seemed that his plan to escape from their mouths had failed. Unknowingly, a long time had passed, and the thick fog gradually dispersed. At this time, Su Yan and the others finally saw their surroundings clearly. This was the most terrifying place that Su Yan had ever seen. The surroundings were filled with intense flames. According to legend, the Celestial Devil Island was filled with all kinds of mysterious treasures. Su Yan had thought that this place would at least be a paradise on earth. But he never thought that this place would be like this. This place was simply hell. Beneath their feet was scorched earth. Coupled with the terrifying flames, it was truly frightening. At this moment, Su Yan realized that it wasn't just the three of them. There were others who were also being escorted by the Divine Demon Warrior. These people were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They possessed extremely powerful strength, and almost all of them were from the younger generation. I never thought that I would actually be able to meet junior brother Su Yen here. This is really fate. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Su Yen turned his head and was immediately shocked. This person was none other than the genius of the Taihang sword faction's Feng family, Feng Yuhai. Su Yen had a very deep impression of this Feng Yuhai. Although he was ranked behind Wang Baichuan, Su Yen had never underestimated him. This guy's strength was extremely terrifying. Last time, Su Yan's realm was not high enough, so he only had a very vague feeling. But now, his realm had increased so he could clearly feel the person in front of him. 5 Dragons Realm. This guy was actually in the 5 Dragons Realm. Senior brother Feng, you actually came here too. What a coincidence. By the way, I wonder if senior brother Wang Baichuan is here? Su Yen asked. That guy should be here already. This time, there are quite a few people who were captured by the Divine Devil Island. If I'm not wrong, those guys from our Sublime Flow Sword sect, Fiery Flame sect and Limitless Demon sect should be here already. Feng Yuhai's gloating expression made Su Yan's heart ache. It was as if he hadn't been captured. Was there a need to be so happy? Feng Yuhai continued, Junior brother Su Yen, your strength has improved. It's really enviable. This Divine Demon Island is very dangerous. If junior brother meets my sister, I hope junior brother can take care of her. If possible, I will naturally do my best. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion. Su Yen and Feng Yuhai looked over, only to find that there was actually a battle there. A person was surrounded by a group of divine demon warriors. Su Yen happened to have seen this person before. He was an expert from the demon sect. He was already a supremacy and his strength was very terrifying. I really didn't expect that someone would have the courage to resist the divine demon warriors. Interesting, Feng Yuhai said softly. Su Yen asked directly, Senior brother Feng, are you very familiar with these guys? Feng Yuhai said, the divine demon warriors are mysterious and unfathomable. Naturally, I'm not familiar with them. However, my Feng family's ancestor once entered the Divine Demon Island and successfully left here, so he left some information behind. I can read some of it, so I more or less know a little. Su Yen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, as expected of the Feng family. Their foundation is indeed extraordinary. Although Su Yen didn't say anything, he was even more afraid of Feng Yuhai. However, at this moment, everyone was in danger. In such a place, and they were from the same sect, so they wouldn't be enemies. Therefore, if he could have a good relationship with him, it would be a good loss. At this moment, a few more people appeared one after another. Each of these people was an absolute elite. Su Yen also saw a few people from the Blazing Flame sect. Unknowingly, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Even without the presence of the thick fog. Even so, this place still blocked spiritual force. Su Yen, Mu Tianxing, Meng Yang, and Feng Yuhai walked together. While sizing up the people around them, they were also observing their surroundings. If they could grasp a bit more of this place, it might be a bit more of a guarantee for their lives. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was extremely loud and clear, and it was filled with an incomparable feeling. It was as if he was the ruler of this world. Welcome to the Divine Demon Island. I'm the master of this island. When this sentence was said, no one made a sound, including Su Yen himself. At this moment, they seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force. Su Yen began to look around. In the end, his gaze fixed on a spot in midair in the distance. There was a huge throne there, and there were a few figures on the throne. On both sides of the throne were 2 figures with extremely hot figures. Although the crowd could not see clearly, everyone knew that the 2 figures were definitely first-class beauties in this world. It was hard to imagine how lucky it would be to be able to see their real faces. Of course, the most attractive one was the one in the middle. At this moment, his voice was released again. You're all elites in this area, which is why the Divine Demon Island invited you here. However, perhaps you don't like my methods, so I'll apologize first. His words were very sincere. However, the crowd did not think that he was really apologizing. Everyone present was smart. Otherwise, they would not have been directly invited by the divine demon island. At this moment, the bird that stood out would be beaten up. They would not even know how they died. Of course, not everyone was cool-headed and could control their mouths. For example, there was such a weirdo next to Su Yen. You make it sound so nice. You invited us here, but you don't even have a bottle of wine. Are you too poor or too poor? The voice was not loud. However, at this moment, everyone was silent. In addition, everyone here had a high cultivation base, so everyone heard what he said. Su Yen slapped his head. At this moment, he actually forgot to seal Meng Yang's mouth. He was simply speechless to the extreme. When Meng Yang finished speaking, whether it was Mu Tianxing, Feng Yuhai, or even Su Yen himself, they all distanced themselves from him. Many people muttered in their hearts. They did not know where this idiot came from, but he actually stood out. At this time, the mysterious existence suddenly laughed and said, "Ha, that makes sense. I'm indeed not a good master. But since they didn't mention it, I guess it's meaningless to me. Since you want wine, I'll give it to you." He gently snapped his fingers. Then, a huge cup suddenly appeared in front of Meng Yang. The cup was filled with a dark green liquid. When everyone saw this scene, they all felt sympathy in their hearts. It seemed that this reckless guy had angered the mysterious master. Such a dark green liquid was most likely highly poisonous. The master's voice sounded. "The wine is in front of you, but do you dare to drink it?" His voice was playful, as if he was a hunter playing with his prey. At this moment, Meng Yang's best choice was to give up. However, you would never know what Meng Yang, this fool, was thinking. At this moment, he actually walked in front of him and directly picked up the cup that was bigger than his head. Then, he immediately raised his head and gulped it down. The sound of the liquid passing through his throat and then swallowing it was so clear that it could be heard. He actually drank it down just like that. "Oh, it's delicious, it's really delicious. Hey, do you have another cup?" Meng Yang shouted heartlessly. "Another cup? Haha. Do you know that what you just drank was the wine condensed from the leaves of the heavenly dragon tree? This cup is enough for you to break through your current realm. If you drink another cup, you will be stuffed to death." Chapter 667. Female Literature, Heavenly Dragon Tree. Everyone was shocked at this moment. This idiot was actually drinking the sap of the heavenly dragon tree. Everyone here, no matter who they were, had some sort of inheritance. To anyone, the 3 words heavenly dragon tree were the best of the best. The legendary heavenly dragon tree was an ancient tree where the ancient heavenly dragon had lived. It contained an extremely shocking power. If one could obtain the heart of the heavenly dragon tree, it would be extremely useful even to an emperor. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this mysterious existence would actually take out the legendary sap of the heavenly dragon tree at this time. If they had known this earlier, how would Meng Yang have the right to come here? Who knew how many people would have popped out? As the saying goes, stick out and beat the bird that sticks out, but no one said that the bird that sticks out gets to drink the sap of the heavenly dragon tree, and such a big bowl at that. After drinking such a treasure, Meng Yang, the fool, began to emit a faint glow, and his entire person was surrounded by a layer of mysterious aura. Realm breakthrough. This guy actually began to raise his realm in front of everyone. The effect of the sap of the heavenly dragon tree was so heaven-defying that it shocked everyone. Su Yen raised his eyebrows. The sap of the heavenly dragon tree naturally surprised him, but he would not reveal the slightest bit of greed because of this. However, at this time, he was thinking about the true purpose of this mysterious existence. He was very powerful, there was no doubt about it. To put it bluntly, he now controlled the lives of everyone here. However, he actually took out such a treasure at this time. If he wanted to scheme against Meng Yang and make Meng Yang the target of public criticism, there was no need for that. After all, although Meng Yang's talent was not bad, compared to people of this level, he was still too far away. Perhaps, it was really just a whim of the other party. Su Yen thought silently in his heart. Right at this moment, the mysterious and formidable Tao Lord spoke once more. "I believe everyone has heard a lot of rumors about the God Devil Island. What I want to tell everyone is that most of the things you have heard are true. My divine Devil Island doesn't have many things, but it does have a lot of heavenly treasures. You guys have seen it before. The sap of the heavenly dragon tree is just something that I can give away casually. I have 1,000-year-old Lingji, 10,000-year-old ginseng, overlord spiritual grass, etc. These few short sentences had already caused everyone's breathing to quicken. Most of the people here were from sects, and people like Feng Yuhai were even from a top sect like the Taihang sword faction. Even so, they had only heard of these legendary heavenly treasures with the power of spiritual grasses. How could they have ever thought that they would actually be able to obtain them one day? But now, this opportunity was right in front of them. Let them know that everyone has a chance to get what they want. Almost everyone's heart was beating rapidly. Of course, there were some who were able to maintain their calm. Su Yan was one of them. Everyone has a chance. If I'm not wrong, most people will probably die. Mu Tianxing nodded. Indeed. Many people have entered the God Devil Island over the years, but not many have made it out alive. Not even half of them have made it out alive. Feng Yuhai did not say anything. He only smiled coldly. Due to the fact that it was passed down in his family, he knew more than most people. At this time, Meng Yang suddenly said, "Hey, Island Master, you won't give us such good things for free, right? Tell us, what do you want us to do?" You're right. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He paused for a moment, then continued, "I didn't invite all of you up here to look at the scenery. Naturally, I have something that I need you to do for me." Everyone's heart trembled as they thought to themselves, "It's coming." He continued, "Actually, what you're going to do later isn't just for me, but for the world that you live in. You probably know the name Hell Demon, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. They did not expect this matter to be related to the Devil Clan. "You're not asking us to fight the Devil Clan, are you?" Ever since the demon race was directly defeated nearly 10,000 years ago, the demon race had practically disappeared without a trace, never to appear again. Except for the last time when the three great sects explored the ruins. Nonetheless, there were only a few people who had participated in that battle here. Most people had almost forgotten about the Devil Clan. At this time, some people even began to secretly mock. Could it be that the Devil Clan still exists in this world? Alright, I don't care if you've heard of it or not, and I don't care if you're willing or not. Enter the void battlefield to fight the heavenly demon. If you can survive, you'll naturally have a chance to obtain the heaven and earth treasures you want. However, if you leave your lives there, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. He smiled very calmly. However, when this laughter landed in everyone's hearts, it made them shudder. At this time, someone finally could not take it anymore. He directly stood up and said, "I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. In short, I, Tiangang Sects Yu Yunping, have no interest in fooling around with you. Please let me leave now." Tiangang sect was also one of the top 10 sects of the 9 continents. Moreover, it was one of the top 10 sects. This reputation was enough to make everyone wary. However, at this time, the mysterious island master suddenly said, "Are you sure?" Without waiting for the disciple called Yu Yunping to reply, a divine demon warrior suddenly appeared beside him. That divine demon warrior was actually not very strong. In everyone's opinion, he was only equivalent to the Spirit Sea realm, while that Yu Yunping was at least a 3-dragon expert. The difference in strength between the two could be said to be like heaven and earth. However, at this moment, that divine demon warrior made his move. He simply threw out an ordinary punch. That Yu Yunping had clearly seen this punch. Moreover, he was already prepared to block this punch. However, after this, he could not even move. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the punch had already landed on his face. This punch had really stunned him. Such a weak guy had actually defeated him so easily. He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone who was watching this scene was the same. I just want to tell you that no one here has the strength to resist me. I'm still quite merciful, so I only punched him. Perhaps this example is not severe enough. After he finished speaking with a smile, 2 divine demon warriors suddenly walked over again. The two god-fiend warriors carried a person over. Elder, this is Elder Kugu. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed. He was a rising star of the devil sect and could be compared to Rosen of the ghost-killing hall. At this time, he was exclaiming like this. It was obvious that he had seen something extremely terrifying. And he was calling him Elder. Then there was no need to say this person's identity, Elder Kugu of the devil sect. This elder was a powerful figure in the second realm of the Venerable Realm. The second realm of the Venerable Realm was too powerful for everyone here. Although everyone here was talented, at least half of them could not reach the Venerable Realm. As for the second realm, that was even more unattainable. However, such a powerhouse was being dragged around like a dead dog. This was too shocking. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing looked at each other. When this elder was fighting with the divine demon warrior earlier, he was still full of vigor and majesty. However, at this time, he had already ended up like this. Even a second realm of the Venerable Realm could not withstand a single blow. This island master's strength was actually so terrifying. I know you have a lot of questions, but I won't continue to stay here and waste time with you. Next, I'll give you half a day and 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, you will enter the extraterritorial void. Of course, during these 3 days, I won't treat you unfairly. After all, you are all heroes of this world. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The island master disappeared, but the mysterious divine demon warriors did not leave. They were like statues coldly looking at everyone here. Su Yan, what should we do? Should we sneak away quietly? Meng Yang suddenly said. At this time, Meng Yang spoke softly as if he was scared out of his wits. Su Yan rolled her eyes at him. What happened to this guy's courage to stand out earlier? Moreover, with his idiotic brain, would he really be scared? Alright, now is not the time to dwell on this. Junior brother Su Yan, the extraterritorial void is very different from the world we live in. Not only do demons exist, but there are also void beasts. Therefore, why don't we form an alliance? Feng Yuhai said directly. Su Yan nodded, then said, It's naturally great that Senior Brother Feng is willing to take us along. With Senior Brother Feng's guidance, our chances of survival will greatly increase. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, According to what we know, the real battle for survival has already begun. In these 3 days, precious things will continuously appear here. They might be exotic flowers or mysterious treasures. If we want to survive in the extraterritorial void, we must collect more of these things. Chapter 668. Female Literature, I see. If it weren't for Senior Brother Feng's reminder, I'm afraid we would have fallen behind, Su Yan said directly. That was not a compliment. Under such circumstances, if they fell behind, they would fall behind everywhere and might even bring great risks to themselves. Feng Yuhai knew some of the situation here, and there were so many people here. Naturally, some of them would know some of the things here. Since they knew these things, these people naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Like Feng Yuhai, they also began to rope in friends. In the next 3 days, a great battle began. Many people died here before they could even see the void demon. It had to be said that the treasures that appeared here were indeed extraordinary and extremely precious. For example, the 4 symbols vine that Su Yan obtained in the past 2 days was an extremely precious treasure that only existed in legends. When Su Yan had just obtained this treasure, it immediately caused various parties to fight over it. Su Yan and his team immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, in addition to Su Yan who obtained the 4 symbols vine, there was another famous person here, and that was Meng Yang. It had to be known that at that time, Meng Yang had drunk the sap of the heavenly dragon tree in front of everyone, causing who knew how many people to be jealous. Su Yan's team was relatively small, with only 4 people. Of course, the cute mini snake was naturally ignored. In the beginning, there were naturally teams that wanted to bully the weak and take away Su Yan's 4 symbols vine and other treasures in their hands. Unfortunately, they picked on the wrong person. Meng Yang took the lead and directly defeated those who came to provoke him. At this time, he was extremely energetic. After drinking the sap of the heavenly dragon tree, He only felt that his strength was expanding every minute. The desire to fight was constantly growing in his heart. Moreover, he originally wanted to show off his muscles in front of this beauty. As a result, he took on almost all of the challenges that came knocking on his door. Of course, according to his character, as long as someone fell into his hands, he would not let them off easily. Almost everyone who came here returned wearing only a pair of underwear. As for why he even took off his outer clothes, the idiot said that what if the outer space was very cold? After the second day, almost no one dared to challenge them anymore. The harvest of the past 2 days made Meng Yang very happy. It was as if he had forgotten that they were about to be sent to the outer space to fight against the demon race. On the third day, Feng Yuhai said, "Junior brother Su Yan, brother Meng Yang, Miss Mu, although things have been going smoothly for us these past 2 days, we can't be careless. The last day is when the real experts will make their move, and the treasures that will descend on the last day will be the best." This was recorded in the notes of Feng Yuhai's ancestor. Sure enough, at the crack of dawn on the third day, this hell-like place suddenly changed. The land that was originally burning with black flames began to disappear and was replaced by a beautiful garden floor. Large patches of white flowers appeared, filling every corner of this island with vigorous vitality. If one had not seen all of this with their own eyes, who could have imagined such a thing? A moment ago, it was still a scorched earth and purgatory on earth, but now, it was already an incomparably beautiful paradise. One thought for heaven, one thought for hell. It turned out that this was not just an empty sentence. The power of the mysterious island master was actually terrifying to such an extent. As long as he was willing, he could change everything here. His power was simply amazing. Everyone was shocked by such a method. Even if some of the people here knew that such a change would happen through various means, it was still the same. After all, there was a big difference between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. This island master is really powerful. I really don't know what realm he is at. Could it be that he is a god from the legends? It seemed that only the gods from the legends had the qualifications to do such a thing. Divine Demon Island. This name was indeed in line with the island's situation. Just then, a milky white aura appeared one after another. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Sacred sword, it's actually a sacred sword." Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the sacred sword. That was a sacred sword. Although divine swords were powerful, there were only 10 known divine swords in the world of the 9 provinces so far. With their strength, it was almost impossible for them to seize a divine sword. Although a sacred sword could not be compared to a divine sword, it was still very powerful. Even honorable ones would covet a sacred sword. There were hundreds of people here, and many of them were extremely outstanding experts of the younger generation. However, how many of them could truly possess a sacred sword? Moreover, this time, they had gone to the extraterritorial space to kill demons. Although demons had not appeared for a long time, from the few words recorded in the ancient books, they knew how powerful and terrifying they were. If they could obtain a powerful sacred sword at this time, it would be best for them. Therefore, many experts began to make their move. And at this time, Feng Yuhai's words were confirmed. Those experts finally made their move. The moment they made their move, they immediately swept through a large area. A few days ago, they were still aggressive, but in front of these true experts, they were unable to stir up any waves. For example, at this time, there was a very strong team competing for the sacred sword, and one of them just happened to be familiar with Su Yan. He was Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall. The Devil Sect's Ghost-Killing Hall and Su Yan had a huge grudge against each other. In the last adventure, Su Yan and Rosen had engaged in a fierce battle, and Rosen had suffered a huge loss. And in the small world of Ice Extreme, the second elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall had almost buried Su Yan. I actually met an old friend. This is really interesting. Su Yan said indifferently. At this time, Meng Yang's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying blazing light. Then he licked his lips and said, "Ha, I remember this guy. His head is very comfortable to knock." Just as he finished speaking, his shadow disappeared from where he was standing. When he looked again, a wooden pole had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Meng Yang's improvement in the past few days was very obvious. In addition, at this time, Rosen seemed to be fighting with someone. He did not realize that danger was quietly approaching behind him. At this time, his opponent was a young expert from the Divine Wind sect. This person's cultivation did not seem to be below his. When these two teams met, it would naturally be a fierce battle. At the same time, Lawson and the other party were already in a heated battle. Compared to last time, Rosen's strength was much stronger than before. At this time, Su Yan discovered that Rosen's cultivation had actually reached the 5 Dragons realm. Last time, he was only at the 3 Dragons realm. And now, he had actually reached the 5 Dragons realm, which was an increase of 2 dragons. This kind of speed was already extremely terrifying. Not only that, at this time, Rosen's strength was simply terrifying. It was unknown what level his strength had reached. It was at this time that an extremely strong and terrifying light appeared in his eyes. After this light appeared, an extremely terrifying and cold aura appeared. That aura was like a tentacle, extending towards his opponent. Wu Mingkeng, you actually dare to fight against my powerful holy sword? You are simply courting death. I will let you know how powerful I am, under my nether ghost breath. Walk into death. As for your opponents, I will send them down together. Ha! Rosen's power had already been unleashed. It had to be said that his power was indeed powerful. His opponent also felt an extremely huge pressure at this moment. If he were to continue using it, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat his opponent. But at this time, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. At this moment, he was completely blinded. A person's shadow suddenly appeared in his mind. That crazy guy, that guy who liked to hit people when he saw them. Ah, awesome, awesome, this is awesome. Ghost Killing Hall's brat, did you miss me a lot? Come, let me hit you again. Meng Yang laughed loudly as he spoke, and once again smashed down with the rod. He had already been hit once, and it was obviously unrealistic to want to hit Rosen a second time. Rosen was currently a 5 Dragons realm ranker. Almost at the instant Meng Yang made his move, he had already made his decision. In the next moment, his entire body moved, and in an instant, he was already in front of Meng Yang. You damned guy, I actually let you escape last time. This time, no matter what, I won't let you leave. This time, I will definitely tear you into pieces. The moment he saw Meng Yang, Rosen had already lost his mind. His fist suddenly came crashing down. At this time, the other person who was deceived was Divine Wind Sect's Wu Mingkong. Right now, it was a life and death battle between him and this Ghost Killing Hall Rosen. Where did this guy come from? Then, his gaze landed on the rod in his hand. For some reason, he felt a slight pain at the back of his head. I must keep my distance from this guy. Wu Mingkong immediately said to himself in his heart. Su Yan, save me. This bastard wants to kill me. Facing Rosen's terrifying attacks, Meng Yang immediately used his unique skill, calling for friends. Chapter 669. Girls' Literature. Su Yan did not make a move because he clearly knew that Meng Yang, this bastard, he definitely had the strength to deal with him. Therefore, he only watched coldly from the sidelines. Feng Yuhai and Mu Tianxing had the same thoughts as Su Yan. As a result, Meng Yang was isolated and helpless. At this time, Rosen had also noticed Su Yan and Feng Yuhai. Of these two people, one of them was Su Yan, who had formed a death grudge with him last time, and the other was Feng Yuhai of the Taihang sword faction. To him, they were natural enemies. Therefore, at this time, he looked at the two of them with vigilance in his heart. After all, these two people were worthy of being called experts. If they were to launch a sneak attack at this time, then he would only be defeated. Su Yan and Feng Yuhai, are you going to interfere in my matters? Rosen said with a grin. The current him was no longer the same as before. After receiving the guidance of the great elder of the Ghost Killing Hall, his cultivation was already very high, and his battle strength was even more terrifying. Right now, he had enough confidence to face Su Yan, so if Su Yan dared to make a move, then he had the confidence to defeat Su Yan as well. What's more, he was no longer fighting by himself. He had his own team, and every single one of them was an expert from the Devil sect. Although they did not come from the Ghost Killing Hall, He was strong enough, so these people would listen to him. Rosen, you're thinking too much. I won't make a move. This is between you and that guy, so you two can settle it yourselves. I'm just here to watch the show. Su Yan did not hesitate to abandon Meng Yang. This did not mean that Su Yan was afraid of Rosen, but at this time, he was not willing to fight fearlessly. After all, he already had a holy sword. The sword in Feng Yuhai's hand was most likely a saint sword as well. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to take the risk and compete with this group of people. He might as well go and see if this mysterious Taoist master had taken out any other treasures. As for Meng Yang, Su Yan was not worried at all. There was no doubt about this guy's strength, and this guy was even hiding his strength. Although this guy looked too stupid, Su Yan would never forget that at that time, Meng Yang and his master had joined forces to kill a venerable from the devil sect. A person who could do such a thing would definitely not be a mere fool. Meng Yang will wait for you in front. Come over when you're done. After saying that, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai actually stopped watching the show. Meng Yang immediately became furious. Su Yan, you've gone too far. Where's the friendship between us? Speaking of life and death, I'm going to break up with you, completely. Su Yan would never take his roar to heart. At this time, Mu Tianxing's sweet voice entered Meng Yang's ears. Meng Yang, quickly finish him off. There seems to be a good treasure ahead. Meng Yang immediately said softly, Okay, beautiful sister Mu. I'll try my best to beat this guy to death as soon as possible. Everyone. Wasn't it supposed to be filled with righteous indignation? Was it actually so cheap? At this time, Rosen directly turned his head and said gloomily, Boy, it seems that you're not doing well. Your companions have abandoned you. Now I must kill you. Several people who were with him also surrounded him at this time. Meng Yang raised his eyebrows and gently rotated the rod in his hand. He seemed to be impatient and was about to make a move immediately. At this time, someone suddenly walked over. Rosen, you want to make a move on this, brother? Did you ask me? Divine Wind Sect's Wu Mingkong came out. At this time, he actually wanted to stick his neck out for Meng Yang. Meng Yang was surprised at first, then said, This brother, do you want to make a move together with me? That's really great. Wu Mingkong was really embarrassed by Meng Yang's flickering eyes. He coughed and said, Brother, you just helped me, so I naturally have to help you. Not to mention, these guys from the devil sect are getting more and more presumptuous. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they have unified the 9 regions. Wu Mingkong's words were cold, and his killing intent was even more vivid. The relationship between the Divine Wind sect and the Devil sect was definitely not harmonious. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to send out the younger generation of the Devil sect, then he would absolutely be very happy. Humph, teach me a lesson? I'm afraid it's not enough with just you. While speaking, his whole body directly turned into a phantom, and then suddenly bombarded Wu Mingkong with his palm. At this time, his move could be said to be extremely fast. Although he hated Meng Yang, he could see that here, Wu Mingkong was his #1 enemy. After all, Meng Yang was only one person, at least on the surface. His companions had already abandoned him. But Wu Mingkong was different, he had a team. Wu Mingkong was the core figure of this team. If he could be killed, then the rest of the people would not be a big threat, although they would not immediately become chickens and dogs. However, Wu Mingkong was not an idiot after all. When he spoke, he was already on guard. The moment Rosen made a move, he had already reacted. Damn devil sect, you only know how to play such despicable tricks. His eyes flashed, and he immediately made a move. The 2 powerhouses directly began to fight. Right at this time, Meng Yang suddenly laughed. Excellent, excellent. This guy really deserves to be beaten. Why, Su Yan, am here to help you. Meng Yang suddenly let out a loud roar, and then charged in aggressively. Meng Yang's aura directly increased, which was also very terrifying. At this time, whether it was Wu Mingkong or Rosen, they were all shocked. Of course, the feelings of both parties were different. Wu Mingkong was secretly delighted, while Rosen was furious. Meng Yang's strength had already made him feel afraid. This guy had enough strength to threaten him. If he and Wu Mingkong cooperated, it was possible to put him to death. Of course, Rosen did not understand why this guy suddenly shouted that he was Su Yan. But then he understood. Meng Yang had indeed rushed in, but he did not join the battle. Instead, he directly passed between the two people. At this time, the attention of many people was attracted by these two people. In any case, the two of them were the most powerful people here, so those people naturally did not dare to go past them to fight for the holy sword. But at this time, Meng Yang actually did so. Meng Yang's way of doing things was simply unreasonable. At this time, he directly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the holy sword. "Ah, holy sword, oh holy sword, you are mine, Su Yan." This shameless guy, no matter what, directly took the sword away. His movements were so fast, and in one breath, it was simply shocking. At this time, Wu Mingkong's eyes began to become bloodshot. This despicable and shameless guy, I trusted him so much in vain, but what did this damn guy do? He actually deceived me, and then took the holy sword away. Su Yan? This guy is called Su Yan? Ah, Su Yan, you despicable and shameless guy, I must kill you. This mournful voice directly transmitted. At this time, Su Yan's veins were bulging. If Meng Yang appeared in front of Su Yan at this time, Su Yan was afraid that he would immediately take action and directly twist his head off. This guy was really too much. Damn it, don't let me see you again. On the other side, Feng Yuhai also sighed. I really did not expect that in this world, there would be someone who could be so shameless. The third day was indeed, as Feng Yuhai said, it was almost as thrilling as the third day. Before entering the extraterritorial void, there were already people who left their lives forever on Divine Devil Island. Divine Devil Island indeed had countless treasures of heaven and earth, and people were crazy about them, but the aura of death here was even more terrifying. Everyone knew that this was only the beginning, and next, a more cruel and terrifying time would come. They would be sent to the extraterritorial void. There, they would have to hunt and kill devils. A direct battle with devils had always been extremely cruel, and if they were not careful, they would be on the road to death. As the time approached, everyone became more and more uneasy. Amidst this uneasiness, the moment finally arrived. In the sky above Divine Devil Island, a huge black hole suddenly began to appear. This black hole was filled with an extremely terrifying aura, and it was like the mouth of a terrifying giant beast that was going to swallow everyone directly. Everyone, I wish you all a safe return. Now let's go. His voice was already so calm. Many people were unwilling to go to the extraterritorial void because it was really too dangerous. However, they clearly knew that this mysterious and unfathomable Taoist master was an existence more dangerous than the extraterritorial void. There might still be a glimmer of hope in the extraterritorial void, but at this time, if they rebelled against this person, they might be sentenced to death. Everyone still remembered the fate of the honorable from the devil sect. Even such a powerhouse was so weak in front of this person, let alone them. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I hope that all of you can enjoy this trip. As the voice fell, everyone floated up for no reason. They could not help but fly toward the huge black hole. Don't worry, 15 days. As long as all of you can survive for 15 days, I'll naturally bring all of you back. Believe me, only all of you can survive, and this will definitely be an unforgettable memory for all of you. Finally, everyone was swallowed by the mysterious and unfathomable dark hole. After that, the island master stood up. Chapter 670. Female Literature. This was an extremely mysterious place in the outskirts of space. It was a place that humans could not reach. Here, there was an extremely mysterious power. This world was a mysterious one to begin with. Every cultivator here was extremely powerful. As long as they could cultivate, they could fly and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. The outer space was the universe. This was Su Yan's understanding. In his previous world, humans had long begun to explore the universe. The mysterious universe was a treasure trove that had never been explored. However, in his previous world, humans were lonely. Although they had begun to explore the universe, they did not find any other intelligent creatures. Now that he thought about it, this might be a kind of luck. If the humans of that world encountered the evil demon clan, they would not have any resistance. There was no air in the universe, and there were all kinds of cosmic rays. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to survive. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level and could form a cycle in his body could it be possible to survive in this place. Of course, it was only a short survival. The dark cave disappeared, and an extremely oppressive feeling immediately spread out. At this time, they were directly cut off from all contact with their surroundings. Without spiritual energy, they could only rely on their own spiritual energy to circulate. At this moment, someone suddenly transmitted a divine thought. Look, what's that? There was no way to transmit sound here, so they could only transmit divine thought. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction that person was pointing at. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Streaks of light were flying towards them. Those were meteors. If it was on Earth, seeing such meteors, perhaps some romantic people would find it romantic. However, at this time, it was simply terrifying and shocking to see such a scene. No, that's the evil demon clan. At this moment, someone suddenly transmitted such a divine thought. When this divine thought appeared, everyone was shocked. The evil demon clan. Although they had long known that they came here to fight these evil demons, they were still shocked by the arrival of so many evil demons. Under such circumstances, it seemed that they would not survive. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. It was a floating island. This floating island directly blocked in front of everyone. In just a short while, countless meteors had already arrived in front of them. That kind of terrifying pressure descended, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. What kind of terrifying power was this? If not for this floating island blocking in front of them, the aura would definitely be even more terrifying. The feast, let us begin now. That gentle voice sounded. Then, an extremely terrifying light immediately erupted from the floating island. Su Yan had never seen such a terrifying ray. This ray of death could almost sweep through everything. This terrifying power was so terrifying that the evil demons that descended were immediately annihilated the moment they were affected by this terrifying power. No one knew how long this terrifying light lasted. In the end, almost everyone could not open their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, everyone finally recovered their divine senses. After such a terrifying sweep, at least half of them were directly annihilated. However, there were still many evil demons that escaped the net. Those fish that escaped the net are your prey. Of course, it's also possible that you are their prey. As these words were spoken, the gigantic divine demon island disappeared immediately. The previous scene had happened too quickly, as if it was a dream. At this moment, a terrifying roar was suddenly heard. That terrifying sound directly shook everyone's heads and made them dizzy. That was the evil demon's roar. Those evil demons that survived the ray of death began to attack them. Although many of them had been killed, there were still a large number of evil demons left. Kill! No one knew who was the first to shout. Then, countless figures directly charged forward. Feng Yuhai said, "Let's not split up. In such a battle, only by being united can we survive better. As for the evil demon cores, we'll split them equally. Also, junior brothers Su Yan, Meng Yang, let's protect this young lady." Feng Yuhai and Mu Tianxing were not familiar with each other. However, he felt an extremely terrifying aura from Mu Tianxing's body. He believed in his own straightforwardness. Although this woman had not revealed her talents so far, he believed that she was definitely a terrifying existence. There was absolutely no harm in being on good terms with her. The group of evil demons quickly arrived. Meng Yang, who had the most experience, directly blocked at the front. He drank the sap of the heavenly dragon tree and stole a sacred sword in Su Yan's name. At this moment, his heart was naturally burning. This person was almost in a berserk state. These terrifying evil demons were just perfect for him to practice his skills. With the help of Meng Yang's crazy drive, Su Yan and the others relaxed a lot. At this moment, the advantage of being in a small group was also reflected. Those who did not form a group were often surrounded by evil demons at the first moment and then directly killed. Evil demons. This was a term that had disappeared for too long. Although there were many records describing how powerful and terrifying evil demons were, it was not really taken seriously. But now they were really regretting it. Evil demons were actually so powerful. There were many things that one would only know how terrifying they were after experiencing it personally. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He was thinking about something. Of course, he was probably not the only one thinking about this problem. The most important thing was this person's identity. Who exactly was he? According to his strength, these evil demons were just a piece of cake for him. And why did he do this? Let the divine demon island attract people and then let them come here to fight. This was a big move. And the divine demon island seemed to have existed for a long time. The other thing was about the evil demons. According to what Su Yan knew, the evil demons had already been repelled back then. But now, it seemed that these evil demons had never given up on attacking the mainland. But for so many years, they had never entered their world even once. These problems actually did not have much to do with Su Yan. But Su Yan always felt that as time passed, these things would definitely be related to him. Su Yan, careful on your right. At this moment, a shout was heard. Su Yan turned his head to look. There was actually an evil demon that had slipped past Meng Yang and charged directly at him. You're courting death. He shouted coldly, and the scorching sun sword appeared. For some reason, when facing this evil demon, Su Yan's heart exploded with endless hatred. He directly slashed down with his sword, and a blazing sword ray immediately appeared. The crimson sword ray flashed, and a terrifying power was immediately released. The evil demon was extremely ferocious. Its huge bat-like wings flapped, and its violent power was so terrifying. But when facing Su Yan, its power was actually so weak. In just an instant, its huge body was directly cut in half. The power of one sword was actually so strong. Previously, Meng Yang had already displayed extremely powerful power. But now, Su Yan's sword was actually stronger than Meng Yang's. F***ck, Su Yan, did you secretly eat something? Why is the power of your sword so strong? At this time, he was really stunned. He originally thought that his strength at this time was already above Su Yan's. This made him feel very proud when he got along with Su Yan. This was the feeling he loved the most. However, the reality was so cruel. Su Yan did not make a sound, but he shocked everyone with a single brilliant feat. This sword strike of his had directly snatched away his limelight. At this time, Feng Yuhai's expression also became very solemn. He had long expected that Su Yan's strength would definitely improve greatly after not seeing him for such a long time. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that Su Yan's strength was actually above his. He just wanted to show off in front of Mu Tianxing. Why did he treat him like this? Damn it, you evil and stupid evil demons. Why are you so weak? Will it kill you to be stronger? At this time, Meng Yang directly vented his anger on these evil demons. Speaking of which, it was really unlucky for that unknown holy sword to fall into his hands. The dignified holy sword did not look like a holy sword at all. Instead, it was constantly being slashed like a knife. However, one had to admit that Meng Yang's speed of killing evil demons was indeed fast. In just a short while, many evil demons had already died under his holy sword. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but the holy sword was very compatible with him. Feng Yuhai's attacks were much more refined compared to Meng Yang's. However, although he was refined, the power of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Every time he attacked, he would definitely take away a life. These four people continued to kill evil demons and reap their lives. Meng Yang had already reached the point of being extremely excited from killing. He yelled while constantly charging forward. However, at this moment, Mu Tianxing suddenly spoke. Everyone should be careful. We seem to be gradually isolated. She was surrounded by 3 people and almost did not make a move. Therefore, she was the calmest person. She found that during the battle, although these evil demons were charging forward fearlessly, if one looked carefully, they would find that this battlefield was gradually being divided. This was not good news because it meant that these evil demons were fighting in an organized and disciplined manner. A group of wild beasts that only knew how to run amok was not terrifying. However, a group of powerful, numerous, organized, and disciplined beasts was very terrifying. Not to mention that this was a group of evil demons. Chapter 671. Female Literature, Dividing the Battlefield. These guys were actually dividing the battlefield at this time. In that case, these demons must have a purpose. As for their purpose, there was no need to think about it. That was, they wanted to kill everyone, including Su Yan. This was simply too terrifying. No matter what the stance of the people here was, they were still a little inferior. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar suddenly sounded. This roar was extremely terrifying, more terrifying than any wild beast. Such a sound could almost make people feel despair. At this moment, many people immediately panicked. Ambush. This word appeared in everyone's mind almost at the same time. These terrifying demons had actually learned how to ambush. As the roar sounded, meteorites gradually appeared one after another. The appearance of these meteorites was too sudden. What was even more terrifying was that behind the meteorites, terrifying monsters suddenly appeared. Great demons. That was an existence even more terrifying than ordinary demons. Their bodies were larger, which also meant that their power was more terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the speed of a great demon was more terrifying than that of an ordinary little demon, and it was not just a little faster. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying to begin with. At this time, if the enemies suddenly became stronger, it would simply be a disaster. Many people in the beginning had killed countless demons, but now, they had become very miserable. In just a short while, 5 or 6 people had died in battle. Every single person here was an extremely outstanding expert, not a bunch of cannon fodder. Their potential was so outstanding. If they were given enough time, although not everyone would have the chance to become a venerable one, they would at least grow into an extremely powerful existence. However, now they had died here. The appearance of death multiplied the pressure on everyone. They all realized that this was no longer a simple hunting game, and they could lose their lives at any time. Under the threat of death, they desperately wanted to find their companions. Before today, whether it was enemies or friends, at this time, they were all their companions. This was a war between two races. In the face of such a war, everything was no longer important. What was really important was to be able to survive. However, when they began to look for their companions, they realized that they had been separated. This was already a very bad situation. Right now, they could still continue to defend and hold on for a while. But as time passed, it would become more and more difficult for them. After all, it was a burden to be in the outskirts of the void. This kind of burden didn't matter in normal times, but the more critical the situation was, the more terrifying this kind of burden was. It was almost infinitely magnified. No, we can't go on like this. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said. Meng Yang turned around and said, We are clearly very relaxed now. We are strong enough. Although these big guys are strong, they can't do anything to us, he said directly. However, Su Yan said, right now, we can indeed continue to hold on. We can even handle it with ease. But what about later? You have to understand that as time passes, we will only suffer more and more losses. At this time, Feng Yuhai also said, Su Yan is right. Of course, we are fine now, but Meng Yang, you should have noticed that many people can't hold on anymore. If they continue to die, then the pressure on us will increase. Mu Tianxun continued, so, at this time, we have to save them. Otherwise, in the end, we can only be alone and will be directly devoured. Meng Yang was not stupid. Although this guy was indeed a bit of a fool sometimes, he was actually very smart. If he was willing to calm down and think, he would be able to understand these problems immediately. He quickly figured out the key to this. F***CK the ancestors of the demons. These guys are actually so smart. It seems that you, Meng Yang, should really go save the world. Any words that came out of this guy's mouth immediately had a different flavor. This was a godlike man. However, Since they had already decided on a plan, they no longer hesitated and directly went to some of the nearby groups. Near them, there was a team of 7 people. In such a team, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. However, although their cultivation was not weak, they did not have a real powerhouse. The most powerful one here was only at the level of 3 dragons. Such a level was, of course, the best among the younger generation of the 9 provinces, and their combat strength was extraordinary. It was a pity that their opponents now were a group of demons. Dozens of demons swarmed over. Such a scene was absolutely unimaginable. Right now, they were already feeling immense pressure. Some people in the team were already injured. One of them was seriously injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. Although they were now relying on their formation and cooperation to bitterly hold on. However, they knew in their hearts that if this continued, they would not be able to hold on sooner or later. When that time came, they would all die here. Moreover, that moment seemed to be not far away. Damn it, where did so many beasts come from? One of them directly said, unwilling to accept this. They were obviously high-ranking figures in the sect. If they continued to live, they would be able to receive countless applause. However, everything had changed now. If they died here, then everything would be lost. Moreover, this time, they had been forcibly brought to this place. This was what they were most unwilling to accept. Such thoughts had even become an inner demon at this time. The inner demon was gradually expanding and had begun to devour them. This was actually a very dangerous thing. At such a juncture, if they still could not concentrate on fighting, they would really die. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the harder it was for people to maintain their mental calmness. After all, to reach such an extent was not something that could be done with just a few words. Is no one coming to save us? That damned island master, what exactly is he trying to do? Let us all die here? Another person could not help but speak up. However, just as he was speaking, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Be careful! At this time, a hurried voice was transmitted. This person immediately came back to his senses and just happened to find that a powerful great demon had already arrived in front of him. However, he did not notice at all. The great demon's terrifying eyes revealed a destructive radiance. Then, the ferocious demon's claws directly slashed down. He smelled a nauseating aura on the demon's claws. The smell of blood and death made him unable to move. I'm going to die here. This was the only thought in his mind at this time. He did not think that death would come so quickly. However, he did not want to die yet. At this time, he desperately wanted to resist, but his strength had been completely suppressed by the terrifying aura of the demon. The terrifying demon's radiance had already descended. At this time, his companions desperately wanted to rush over to save him. Unfortunately, they could not even protect themselves now. More demons were already charging towards them. At this critical moment, suddenly, an arrogant voice was transmitted. You damned ugly monster, get out of my way. Suffocating staff sword technique, / Accompanied by that arrogant voice, a blue sword light directly descended. That beam of light was too fast. It was even more terrifying than the great fiend's speed. In an instant, that ray of light flashed. The terrifying power destroyed everything. At this moment, the person who was about to die was full of sluggishness. Only now did he realize that in the face of death, he was actually so weak. But what had happened just now? Wasn't this a little too shocking? Gradually, his gaze focused. That guy, it's that guy. He recognized Meng Yang. After all, Meng Yang was the man who had obtained the sap of the heavenly dragon tree. The power of that sword strike just now was really terrifying. Why are you in a daze? If you don't want to die, continue fighting. At this time, another voice came from beside him. It was Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai was shuttling through the crowd of demons. He was like a fish swimming in water. His whole person was so relaxed and comfortable. His sword was so powerful, the power of that sword light could be described as terrifying. In a daze, countless raindrops began to drift around him, and he himself was in the midst of those raindrops. He was so carefree as he kept shuttling through the drizzle. Those drizzles were not just for decoration, They were the condensation of his sword qi. Every single drizzle was terrifying. Although they could not cause harm to the great demons, they were enough to directly kill these little demons. At this time, he was a life plunderer. At this time, he directly said to Su Yan, "Junior brother Su Yan, show me your true ability. Let me see how much you have grown." Feng Yuhai knew that Su Yan was hiding his strength. Su Yan laughed, then said, "Okay." As this word fell, his demonic dragon wings suddenly spread. Although they were the demonic dragon wings, because he had absorbed the fire dragon's tooth, they looked like the wings of a fire dragon. Moreover, when his cultivation increased last time, the fire dragon wings had also evolved. Now, he had 2 pairs of wings. The increase in number was not only good-looking, but his strength also increased infinitely. After the fire dragon wings appeared, Su Yan disappeared. Chapter 672. Female Literature. His speed was simply too fast. It was precisely because of this that he looked as if he had disappeared. A stream of flames continued to travel through the air. In just a short while, dozens of little devils had already died. Meng Yang immediately roared, "F***, Su Yan, you cheated!" Feng Yuhai's previous display of power had already stolen his limelight, and now Su Yan's fire dragon wings were even more impressive. At this time, Meng Yang felt that he had already been cruelly treated. He suddenly shouted, "Damn it, you forced me to do this, you really forced me to do this." The 7 people who had been rescued looked at Meng Yang in confusion. Why did he suddenly go berserk? One of them asked. The second said, "I understand, this big brother must have been unable to stand these devils causing trouble, which triggered the anger in his heart. That makes sense, he's our role model. I used to think that I was very amazing, but now compared to this big brother, I realize how shallow I am. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go all out." In short, although they didn't know why, these people's fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. And Meng Yang, who had ignited their fighting spirit, actually just wanted to steal the limelight. At this time, Meng Yang's body seemed to have swelled up. A brilliant and terrifying smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The holy sword in his hand had been completely used as a saber by him. "Hiske, you damn reptiles, tremble, your Lord Meng Yang's frenzied saber state has been perfectly activated. First saber, frenzied saber, 3 wolves." He suddenly roared, and the holy sword in his hand began to tremble. On the blade, a terrifying saber aura was directly released. The dignified holy sword was actually forcefully releasing saber aura. This was probably the first time someone had done something like this before and after. However, the power of this attack was indeed very strong. This attack of his actually directly beheaded 2 great abyss devils. That was a powerful great devil. Moreover, they were in the extraterritorial void, unlike the last time in the ruins. Due to the difference in environment, the strength that a great demon could unleash was also different. In this kind of outer space, the strength of a great fiend could be perfectly displayed. At this time, Meng Yang was in the limelight. Meng Yang had obviously discovered this point. At this time, he was in the limelight. He only felt that he was the Superman of this world. There are more stupid demons below you. Start trembling. Berserk Blade, Second Blade. Mysterious Sneak Blade. When everyone heard this name, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. There was actually such a saber technique in this world? Next, Meng Yang gave everyone a demonstration. In this world, as long as you can't think of it, there's nothing you can't do. His speed suddenly increased, and he inadvertently appeared behind the devil. Then, the holy sword released a fierce light and slashed at the back of the devil's head. A powerful great evil demon fell once again. Feng Yuhai was unperturbed. Su Yan's unparalleled dominance seemed to be lacking compared to Meng Yang's coquettish combat technique. At this time, Meng Yang continued to laugh. That damn old man was right. No matter what, I have to shock the world with my coquettish skills. This is the pursuit of swordsmen. Unknowingly, the nearby devils were all killed. At this time, the leader came forward to express his gratitude. However, before he could speak, Meng Yang had already interrupted him. "No need to thank me. Just remember our names." I'm Meng Yang, he's little Meng Yang, and he's little Meng Yang. After he finished speaking, he immediately pulled the dumbfounded Su Yan in another direction. Meng Yang, little Meng Yang, little Meng Yang. Although their lives had been saved, their hearts were still crumbling at this moment. This big brother seemed to be a little too awesome, wasn't he? Suddenly, they felt that the holy sword was really wronged. At this time, the battlefield changed again. It wasn't only Su Yan and the others who realized the importance of this. Obviously, the others also realized the same. Without the skin, where would the hair be attached to? Everyone understood this principle. Of course, not everyone was willing to contribute selflessly. For example, Rosen. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Save you? Of course, but you have to swear an oath to join my limitless demon sect. Rosen stood upright, his eyes filled with arrogance. Because he was qualified to do so. He was a powerhouse. He wasn't afraid of these great devils. This was his capital. Rosen, don't you think your actions are a little too despicable? At this time, someone immediately questioned. At such a juncture, it was a little too much for him to make such a request. At this time, he laughed and said, "Too much? Humph, I am a member of the demon sect, not a charity. Why should I waste my energy to save you?" Save me." Just as he was speaking, someone's arm was bitten off by a great devil. Fresh blood floated in the air, looking extremely strange. "All right, I'll join your ghost-killing hall." Under the threat of death, someone finally chose to submit. Because they knew very well that if not for Rosen's power, they would have been killed directly. The great devils here were too terrifying. With the first response, more and more people joined in. Of course, Rosen wasn't the only one who did this. This battle was also a process of survival of the fittest. The strong became even stronger, and those weak could only choose to rely on others if they wanted to survive. Although it was cruel, the reality was like this. If one didn't want to rely on others, then only death awaited them. Such a cruel reality could only allow those who could adapt to live. With the formation of one group after another, the number of great devils finally began to decrease. In such a battle, the strong played a huge role. In this battle, many people also made a name for themselves. For example, Meng Yang received the title of Crazy Devil. When this guy went crazy, there was no warning at all. Moreover, once he exploded, the lethality was extremely terrifying and possessed extremely terrifying power. As for Su Yan, because of the fire dragon wings on his back, he got the name of Fire Dragon. Fire Dragon Sword Su Yan. "It's almost over, but we still haven't seen you, and the rest?" At this time, Feng Yuhai frowned and said, "Actually, during the battle, Su Yan was also looking for them. Divine Devil Island had forcefully summoned all the experts of the younger generation. Feng Yuhai had told him that Feng Yueyu had already been summoned. Actually, he was more worried about Shui Xinhua. There were so many people who had been summoned to Divine Devil Island, and they were very scattered. It was actually very difficult to find them. Now, Su Yan could only hope that they weren't here at all. Otherwise, this would be bad news. Don't worry, Feng Yueyu is so smart. She should be fine." Although Su Yan said this, he was actually extremely worried in his heart. At this time, Meng Yang was enjoying the admiring gazes of others. Especially in this group, there were a few female disciples, which satisfied his vanity even more. At this time, he suddenly roared, "You despicable idiot, let go of that girl, let me teach you a lesson." With his roar, Su Yan and the rest naturally turned their gazes over. At this time, killing intent flashed in Feng Yuhai's eyes. Because he saw someone. His cousin, Feng Yue. He had been looking for her, and now he finally found her. What was worse was that at this time, there was actually a guy who was offending his cousin. Feng Yueyu was one of Taihang's twin moons. Not to mention the Feng family, but even the entire Taihang sword faction doted on her. However, at this time, two people actually dared to touch her. He sneered and immediately rushed over with a murderous aura. How dare they bully the twin moons of the Feng family? "Little girl, I don't care who you are, but you'd better behave yourself here. Otherwise, if I strip you in front of everyone, This was a disciple of the devil sect. Within the devil sect, there were all sorts of people. With one look, one could tell that this fellow was not a decent person. At this time, Feng Yueyu's face was ashen. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. We agreed earlier that we would join you temporarily, but you definitely can't make things difficult for us. Does this mean that you're going back on your word? There was another girl behind Feng Yueyu. That was Xianxia. Everyone knew about the beauty of Taihong's twin moons. At this time, the two of them were even more beautiful when they stood together. Their fresh faces formed a sharp contrast with the battlefield. At this time, after a massacre, the male hormones of the men were at their peak. Now that he saw these two beautiful people, how could he bear it? At this time, the two of them were licking their lips, looking extremely hungry. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those who could be together with these two were naturally not good people. At this time, their eyes were shining with a strange light. Little girl, I'll give you two choices now. Either you listen to me obediently, or I'll force you to listen to me. He looked at her with a lecherous smile and said. However, the moment he finished speaking, an ice-cold voice sounded. Chapter 673. Female Literature, Now You Can Die for Me. A terrifying killing intent spread out at this moment. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Their strength wasn't bad. Under the siege of so many great demons, they could still organize their own team. How could such people be weak? However, after feeling this terrifying killing intent, they couldn't help but tremble. They abruptly turned their heads around. At this moment, they saw Feng Yuhai and Su Yan's cold eyes. Feng Yuhai. Su Yan. The two girls cried out in surprise. Feng Yueyu and Xianxia's faces were already ashen. This was because in a place like this, it was almost surrounded by demons. The two of them were not weak, but their opponents were not weak either. More importantly, they had a lot of people. If they fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, even so, they would never accept humiliation. Therefore, if these guys insisted on doing this, they could only fight to the death. However, it was different now. Feng Yuhai and Su Yan's appearance gave them support. At this moment, they immediately left the team to meet up with Su Yan and Feng Yuhai. However, just as they were about to move, one of them directly stopped them. At this moment, the person in front said to him, I know you. You're Feng Yuhai of the Taihang sword faction. He continued, It's a pity that you're just a perpetual number 2. If Wang Baichuan was here, I would still feel threatened. But you, if I remember correctly, you said earlier that you wanted me to die? Come on, I'd like to see how you want me to die. At this moment, his fighting spirit had also risen. Right now, he was doing this on purpose because he wanted to establish his prestige. He knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could defeat Feng Yuhai here, his reputation would reach an unprecedented level. Of course, it would be even better if he could defeat Wang Baichuan. After all, Wang Baichuan was recognized as the #1 powerhouse in the Taihang sword faction. If he could defeat him, he would immediately become a top figure. However, he only thought about it. After all, Wang Baichuan's battle record was very terrifying. Although Feng Yuhai had always been number 2, he did not have any outstanding battle records. In his opinion, Feng Yuhai only had such a reputation because of the Feng family. As for Su Yan, who had just risen, he did not know about him. Feng Yuhai smiled coldly and did not say anything. The sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Almost at the same time, rain started to fall from the top of his head. He was suddenly startled. This was the void in the extraterritorial realm. Why would there be rain? At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in his heart. He suddenly realized that his thoughts were too stupid. This Feng Yuhai seemed to be more dangerous than he had originally thought. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The rain danced wildly, and an extremely beautiful scene immediately appeared. The originally gentle drizzle had turned into something extremely terrifying in the next instant. Just as his spiritual qi began to surge, he realized that there was already a sharp pain coming from his body. Then, the pain gradually faded away. his heart was filled with fear. This was because he realized that one of his hands and one of his legs had completely lost feeling. Without the support of his power, he naturally could not survive in the extraterritorial realm. His entire body fell directly. At the edge, an evil demon suddenly appeared and bit his body. Under the devil's bite, he immediately died. Everyone witnessed the scene in front of them. At this moment, they realized that the person in front of them was actually so terrifying. The people of the Taihang sword faction were actually so powerful. At this moment, Feng Yuhai coldly glanced at everyone and said coldly, "I want to take them away. Does anyone have any objections?" At this moment, he had already displayed his thunderous means. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go against him? Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue were naturally very happy. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Taihang sword faction, how domineering. Now, we're all fighting to kill the devil, but you actually killed a capable general. What do you want to do? Do you want all of us to die here? However, Rosen walked over directly. This guy had already been nearby earlier, but he did not make a move when Feng Yuhai attacked. Instead, he waited for Feng Yuhai to kill before standing out. His purpose was obvious. Feng Yuhai did not speak. His gaze was cold and murderous. He had always been a calm person, but this time, he really wanted to kill someone. Feng Yuhai's murderous aura was indeed intimidating to others, but Rosen was not afraid. He sneered and said, "What, do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, although you're strong, you're still not strong enough to kill me. I can't take it anymore. Take my staff." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was none other than Meng Yang. For some reason, Meng Yang always wanted to hit Rosen with his staff every time he saw him. This thought was so strong that he could not be bothered to control himself. At this moment, he directly appeared and hit Feng Yuhai with his staff. "Damn you, you're courting death." Rosen had suffered many losses. When Meng Yang made his move, he suddenly sensed something in his heart. Then, in the next moment, he reacted and immediately turned his body around. "Go to hell, roar of the evil spirits." He directly punched out. Above his fist, a shadow had already appeared. This shadow was very blurry, but it was filled with extremely terrifying power. If one were to be struck by such a punch out of nowhere, one would most likely die immediately. This time, Meng Yang was careless. At this moment, Su Yan immediately flew up. He said directly, "Rosen, why are you talking so much nonsense? It's just about whose fist is bigger." Then, Su Yan also punched out. A flame dragon chi appeared, and this terrifying power immediately whistled up. Terrifying power surged and immediately erupted with astonishing power. He and Rosen's fists met. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. Obviously, the other party's strength had exceeded their expectations. Especially Rosen. This time, he had received guidance from the Ghost-Killing Hall's first elder, causing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. However, this time, he did not gain the slightest advantage when fighting with Su Yan. After colliding with Su Yan's fist, he actually felt that his palm was trembling. Not only that, he even felt that there was a scorching aura that was constantly destroying his skin. He calmly activated his power, and in the next moment, this power directly extinguished him. However, although it did not cause enough damage to him, it was already enough to make him feel extremely shocked. How long had it been since the last time they fought? Su Yan's strength had already increased to such a level. If he was given some more time, what kind of realm could he reach? Now, he had already realized that Su Yan would definitely become his great enemy. This rising star of the Taihang sword faction. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become extremely terrifying. Now, one of the 3 demon sons, Hua Yunfei, had died, and the demon sect intended to select a new demon son. If he could kill Su Yan this time, it would be of great help to his advancement. Of course, if possible, he wanted to kill Feng Yuhai as well. This kind of contribution was something that no one could erase. And once he became the demon son, the Ghost-Killing Hall would rise again. This was what he really wanted. In other words, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai should be his stepping stones. However, He did not expect that these two stepping stones would be unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Feng Yuhai, who killed with a single blow, was not to mention him, and Su Yan's strength had already reached this level. Previously, he wanted to use the name of righteousness to oppress Su Yan and Feng Yuhai, wanting to make them the target of public criticism. However, that damned Meng Yang directly smashed down with a stick, immediately breaking his plan. At this time, he could no longer use the name of righteousness to oppress Su Yan and Feng Yuhai, and his direct battle with these two people had already become a private battle. Su Yan and Feng Yuhai were both aggressive. Obviously, if he fought with them at this time, there would be no benefits at all. His eyes flickered again, and finally he fiercely exhaled. Then he directly said, "Umph, very good. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction want to bully the few with numbers? Then come." Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan immediately said, "You don't have to make yourself sound so pitiful. Who doesn't know about the conduct of your demon sect? Rosen, immediately release these two people. Otherwise, let's fight. I, Su Yan, am not a person who cares about the rules." At this time, Su Yan was closing in step by step. If Rosen was not willing to release Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue, then he might start a massacre. As for the matter of the demons in the void, they could talk about it when the time came. The mysterious island master said that as long as they could survive 15 days, after 15 days, as long as they were still alive, they would immediately be teleported back to the divine Devil Island. At this time, an extremely terrifying fluctuation suddenly came. Such a terrifying aura was much stronger than when the great demon had appeared before. At this time, Feng Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "Void Beast!" Chapter 674. Female Literature, Void Beasts. When these words appeared, everyone stopped what they were doing. The true masters of this mysterious outer realm were never the terrifying great evil demons, but the Void Beasts. They were the true masters of the void. Even the Abyssal Demon clan would suffer heavy losses if they encountered a Void Beast. No one knew where the Void Beasts came from. They were born in the void, grew up in the void, and hunted in the void at the same time. They were extremely large. According to the limited records of humans, the largest Void Beast was almost a small continent. They were extremely powerful. In the long records of the 9 provinces continent, there had been accidental invasions of Void Beasts. Every time a Void Beast invaded, it would cause great damage to this world. It was a disaster comparable to an evil demon invasion. It was at this moment that the Void Behemoth suddenly appeared. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. In the face of such a terrifying Void Beast, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Facing the Void Behemoth, would he be able to fight it? What kind of joke was this? They were simply courting death. "Rosen, do you want to leave now? If you don't hand her over, we'll all die together." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said expressionlessly. Rosen's whistling suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of anger. What a terrifying and crazy guy. More importantly, he clearly understood that since Su Yan had said such words, it meant that it was possible for him to do it. Damn it, kill them. He directly gave the order. Unfortunately, under the threat of the Void Beast that suddenly appeared, how could these people still have the mood to continue staying? At this moment, they were already scared out of their wits. They had already begun to flee in all directions. Facing the great evil demon, they could still unite and fight. However, facing the Void Beast that was coming here, they could only flee. Perhaps a powerful venerable would be able to fight against a Void Beast. However, there was a premise, and that was that they were in their own world. Ordinary venerables would not be so crazy to fight a Void Beast in the void. At this time, Feng Yuhai and Meng Yang attacked at the same time. They immediately charged towards Rosen. Su Yan, save him. Among the 3 of them, Su Yan was the fastest. His 2 pairs of devil dragon wings unfurled, and at the same time he used the most high sword escape art. His speed reached the limit. Neither Feng Yuhai nor Meng Yang could catch up to him. Rosen was pinned down and he wasn't in the mood to fight. Hence, Su Yan easily arrived beside Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue. At this moment, there was a disciple of the devil sect beside them. Su Yen was not the least bit courteous to the disciples of the devil sect. He laughed sinisterly and showed no mercy. A sword light flashed, and the scarlet sword light immediately left a thin line on the neck of this devil sect disciple. This devil sect disciple didn't even have time to react before he died. It was also at this moment that the powerful and terrifying aura blew over. It was a terrifying storm brought about by the void beast's arrival. This gale was so terrifying that the person closest to the void beast was killed in an instant. Su Yan's expression changed. He deeply understood that under such a terrifying hurricane, even his power couldn't withstand it. Only death awaited him. It was obviously unrealistic to turn back and meet up with Feng Yuhai and the others now. This was because once they did that, they would be directly trapped in the terrifying whirlwind. "Follow me." Su Yan made a prompt decision. He grabbed the two women's hands and unfurled his devil dragon wings. At the same time, he also used the most high sword escape art. In an instant, his speed reached its limit. Roar! This was clearly the void. There was no air, so sound couldn't be transmitted here. However, this terrifying roar sounded in everyone's heart. It was a terrifying feeling, as if everything was about to be annihilated. That terrifying roar actually began to destroy their sea of consciousness unknowingly. The sea of consciousness was the most important. If the sea of consciousness was destroyed, then they would immediately become a fool. They would be muddle-headed for the rest of their lives and become a walking corpse. Fortunately, they had already gone far in the beginning. Otherwise, they would have died even more miserably at this time. They secretly rejoiced. At this moment, Su Yan was already carrying the two women toward an unknown place. So the void beasts are really here? It sensed the aura of these devil clan, so it came to eat? Interesting, this is really interesting. I wonder how many of these little guys will survive. The original crowd had already formed small groups and started to fight with each other. However, at this moment, the appearance of this terrifying void beast immediately disrupted everything. In order to survive, they could only escape. All of this fell into the eyes of the divine Devil Island's island master. However, he had no intention of stopping them because these lives were nothing in his eyes. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Now he was waiting. Living, or rather, fishing. He was waiting for a big fish to come up. In the void, the dead bodies of the devil clan were floating. Of course, there were also the bodies of these human disciples. They had all become the void beast's food. Mu Tianxing and Feng Yuhai had already retreated to the other side. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake on her neck felt uneasy. Su Yan was its master, and now Su Yan was no longer by its side. It was a powerful demonic beast, not a pet. At this moment, it actually left Mu Tianxing directly. Mu Tianxing was also surprised by the sea-splitting demonic snake's sudden departure. However, that was not something he could control. It should be fine. The void was turbulent, and suddenly, black holes appeared in the sky. The appearance of the black holes was an even greater disaster. At this moment, a huge meteorite suddenly began to explode. This huge meteorite was at least close to 1,000 meters tall. He suddenly exploded and immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying power, almost immediately sweeping through everything. At this moment, the void beast that was foraging for food also stopped. It was as if he had been attracted by this terrifying power. Then, a huge figure began to appear in the sky. It was a humanoid creature. However, it was definitely not a human, because it was impossible for a human to have such a body. It was a terrifying devil. Even though it had just woken up from a deep sleep, its aura was already extremely terrifying. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. A venerable. No, it should be called a demonic god. There was no doubt that this was a demonic god, and it was a complete demonic god. It was very different from the devil lord that had awakened in the ruins. This demonic god's strength was much more terrifying. The void beast and the devil clan were practically heaven and earth. The void beast sensed the demonic god's aura and began to roar excitedly. The two behemoths immediately began to fight. Compared to the battle in front of them, the battle between Su Yan and the great devil was simply like a child's game. The void behemoth's tail swept across. Wherever the tail passed, a terrifying power immediately surged. Everything was destroyed by such a powerful force. At this moment, a terrifying divine light surged from the demonic god's eyes. The power of the divine light collided with the power of the tail and immediately caused a huge commotion. The battle between the two became more and more intense. In the end, small black holes began to appear around them. In the universe, black holes were the most terrifying existences. They could devour everything. Unfortunately, a black hole appeared around Su Yan. The moment he saw the black hole, he immediately knew that things were not going well. He wanted to escape immediately, but unfortunately, the moment the black hole appeared, he could no longer control his body. It was the same even though he had the power of the fire dragon wings. Big brother Su Yan. At this moment, both Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were panicking. After all, the two of them had already sensed an extremely terrifying power from the black hole. It was a power that made them despair. "Hold me tight," Su Yan roared. He understood the power of this mysterious power too well. Perhaps the black hole was nothing to the two monsters who were fighting, but to him, the black hole was the source of death. He had to use all his power to resist the black hole. Even so, he could not guarantee that he could survive under the power of the black hole. Because this power was simply too terrifying. It was also because of this that he could not divert his attention to take care of the two women. The invincible golden body was fully activated. At the same time, the demonic dragon heart and Buddha's heart began to beat at full force. Under such circumstances, he could no longer care too much. Even if he had to expose his secret, he would not hesitate. Scales began to form on the surface of his skin. Those were dragon scales. As soon as the dragon scales appeared, his aura became extremely violent. At this moment, the two women in his arms looked at Su Yan in horror at almost the same time. They knew that Su Yan was powerful, but they did not know that Su Yan was so terrifying. Especially Feng Yueyu. There was a period of time when she wanted to deal with Su Yan. What kind of monster is this guy? Why is his aura so terrifying? Her body trembled continuously. Chapter 675. Female literature. It could no longer be considered a human's aura. It was clearly a living giant dragon. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. If they were not about to enter the black hole, she would have immediately left Su Yan's body. After the demonic dragon transformation, Su Yan's aura was too cold. It was an emotionless, ferocious beast. Feng Yueyu could only feel endless fear in its embrace. Not to mention Feng Yueyu, even Xue Xinyue was afraid of Su Yan at this time. However, Su Yan was not in the mood to pay attention to them. These two women might not be aware of it, but he was very clear about it. At this time, he was under a terrifying pressure. The power of the black hole was absolutely terrifying. At this time, even if he had displayed his complete state, his body still could not support it. This was only a small black hole, which was born when the void beast and the demon god were fighting. This kind of black hole was much weaker than a real black hole. If it was a real naturally formed black hole, its terrifying power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. However, he suddenly realized that under such a terrifying power, the terrifying energy in his body was gradually melting away. At this time, he truly knew how powerful his power was. Su Yan had encountered countless dangers along the way, and many times he was on the verge of death. However, this also had its benefits. Under such a powerful pressure, his power continued to increase, and the accumulation in his body became more and more vigorous. However, the powerful accumulation did not directly manifest itself. Instead, it sank directly into his body. That was because the power was too strong. Su Yan's progress could not keep up with such power. If he forcibly increased it, he might be stuffed to death by this power. It was because of this that his body instinctively hid this power. Every time he encountered a great crisis, this power would be released. For example, now, his body had actually cracked, his scales began to peel off, and blood began to flow out. For a moment, his body was on the verge of collapse. But at this time, his power emerged from the deepest part of his body and began to nourish his body. Such a state was a state of constant repetition. Under the constant torture of destruction and rebirth, Su Yan's body began to become even more terrifying. If he could make it through, then he would reach a whole new height. Of course, if he couldn't hold on, then he would directly die, and his body would shatter. After all, risks and benefits always coexisted. At this time, Su Yan was completely speechless. His body was already filled with fatigue, but his willpower was incomparably firm. At such a time, he was still relying on his strong willpower to persevere. Big brother Su Yan, he is protecting me, but I am afraid of him. At this time, Xianxia suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. At this time, even though Su Yan had become incomparably terrifying and looked like a terrifying beast, he was still protecting her. She clearly knew that with her strength, she would definitely not be able to survive in such an environment. If not for Su Yan, that terrifying power of darkness would have instantly shattered her into pieces. Su Yan was risking his life for her, but she actually felt afraid because of his transformation. Not to mention Xianxia, even Feng Yueyu had some strange emotions at this time. In the Taihang sword faction, her beauty was unparalleled, and she was doted on by everyone. But she had never cared about these people, because she knew very well that most of them were here for her beauty. What if she was just an ordinary person, or an ugly person? Would these people still flock to her for her sake? She clearly understood this point, so she played with these men like toys. She only felt that playing with their feelings would give her a sense of satisfaction. All along, many people were willing to sacrifice, fight, and take risks for her. But she had never cared about these things. But at this time, her heart was finally moved. All along, her relationship with Su Yan was not very good, and there were even a few times when they had verbal conflicts. This despicable guy, he had never cared about her. There was even one time when she felt killing intent from Su Yan. It was not fake killing intent, but pure killing intent. She knew that if the situation allowed, Su Yan would definitely make a move. But such a man was actually risking his life for her. At this time, she was really moved. At this time, she did not even know how to describe her feelings. Unknowingly, she suddenly felt that Su Yan was very pleasing to the eye. No, it should be said that he was very attractive. The seemingly ferocious scales weren't terrifying at all. Instead, they were strangely beautiful. At this time, she was completely moved. Su Yan did not know any of this. At this time, all of his attention was focused on the black hole. The terrifying danger was far from over. Damn it, my current strength can't support me at all. What should I do? What should I do? At this time, he was constantly thinking of a strategy. Of course, he did not want to die. It was because he did not want to die that he was thinking hard. He needed to get an answer, or a way to survive. In fact, at this time, if he had 2 fewer burdens, then the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even at this time, he did not have such thoughts. This thought did not even appear in his heart. Giving up and abandoning his companions was the behavior of a coward. He was Su Yan, and he would never do that. I know, I'll become even stronger. If I want to survive in such an environment, then I can only become stronger. The 4 Dragons realm is not enough to support me. At this time, that thought flashed through his mind. Since the 4 Dragons realm was not enough to support him, then the 5 Dragons realm. At this time, it was indeed time to break through to a higher realm. Actually, this was just an act of helplessness, but now it was a matter of life and death. He was very clear that if he did not do this now, then only death would await him. Soon, all of the distracting thoughts were cast aside. Only determination and persistence were left in his eyes. At this moment, he immediately made a decision. He said to the 2 of them, "The 2 of you must hold on to me tightly and never let go." Once he started to break through to the next realm, all of his thoughts would be immersed in it. At that time, he naturally would not have the time to pay attention to all of this. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves. At this time, Su Yan's strength was constantly increasing, and his body was also becoming more and more blazing. The powerful aura was constantly increasing, like the breathing of a giant beast. At this time, whether it was Feng Yueyu or Xianxia, both of them felt this aura. Under the impact of such an aura, Both of their complexions became somewhat unnatural, and a trace of redness appeared on their faces. They were indeed more delicate than peach blossoms. If a man was lucky enough to see such a scene, he would probably be infinitely moved. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have such thoughts. When he was breaking through to the Four Dragons' realm, he had already received the heavenly tribulation. According to Su Yan's speculation, the reason for this was because of the four powerful demonic beasts beside him. However, at this time, he still did not dare to be careless. At this time, his eyes had become incomparably deep, and a terrifying aura was gradually increasing. Even though they were in the black hole, his aura still formed a small whirlwind. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu unconsciously looked at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Su Yan's aura had actually reached such a level. Such a terrifying power. Feng Yueyu even felt that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed Wang Baichuan's. After not seeing Su Yan for a period of time, his strength had actually increased to such a level. She now believed that Su Yan was fully deserving of the title of number one among the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Her cousin Feng Yuhai was naturally powerful, and Wang Baichuan's strength was also extremely terrifying. However, they definitely could not reach this level. For a moment, Feng Yueyu's beautiful eyes immediately rippled, and some other thoughts even appeared in her mind. If I could become the wife of such a man, it would probably be great. Su Yan's body was gradually enveloped by a layer of scarlet flames. At this time, he seemed to be emitting a strange aura. It seemed to be very evil, and also seemed to be the aura of a demonic beast. However, in stark contrast to Hanru's aura, he actually looked like a treasure. At this time, he was simply like a merciful and compassionate King Kong. Such a strong contrast was most enchanting. At this time, the scarlet light had already covered Su Yan's entire body. Logically speaking, Su Yan should be incomparably hot at this time. However, this kind of aura did not affect the two women at all. At this time, Su Yan had already forgotten everything. The only thought in his mind was to break through this barrier and reach an even more powerful realm. In his body, there was still the power of the demon god's blood that he had obtained previously, as well as the power of the four demonic beasts' hearts. Chapter 676. Female Literature. No matter what kind of power it was extremely powerful. At this moment, some of the power was expelled and gradually merged with his body. At this very moment, his aura was rising without end. Even in such a small space, the dragon's roar began to become louder. This terrifying dragon's roar was constantly attacking one's soul. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan knew very well that it was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was really everywhere. Now that he was in the black hole world, the heavenly tribulation could actually reach him. However, the closer he got, the calmer Su Yan became. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? He had already endured one heavenly tribulation, so he was not afraid of a second one. He let out an angry roar, and then his strength rose to the peak. At this moment, his gaze was constantly changing. A shield seemed to have condensed in front of him. This was not the shield condensed by the Dragon Blood Icefire shield. This was because his Dragon Blood Icefire shield had been shattered during the first heavenly tribulation. This was condensed by the eruption of his own power. What was even rarer was that the power it contained was not inferior to the Dragon Blood Icefire shield at all. No, to be more precise, this terrifying power was even more powerful than the Dragon Blood Icefire shield. The heavenly tribulation soon arrived. The lightning-like golden power suddenly descended and began to burn everything. Under such a terrifying power, the world seemed to be affected. If this continued, everything would be drowned in an instant. However, soon, a loud dragon's roar sounded. Su Yan immediately resisted the suppression of this power. All of his thoughts were focused here. This person's willpower was raised to the extreme. How can the heavenly tribulation kill me? As long as my heart doesn't die, the world can't kill me. At this moment, Su Yan's heroic spirit of loyalty erupted. It was also at this moment that endless light flickered in his eyes. At this moment, his power had completely risen to the peak. The barrier between the 4 dragons and the 5 dragons was directly torn apart. If one had to use a word to describe it, then it would be unstoppable. It was simply too fast. Such power was simply terrifying and frightening. Dragon roars continued to resound. At this moment, Xianxia and Feng Yueyu were both stunned. He had broken through. Su Yan had actually broken through 5 dragons' realm. Although they were women, their talents were also extremely good. Otherwise, these 2 people would not have become one of the 10 Taxing swords. It was precisely because of this that they deeply understood how difficult cultivation was. However, at this time, Su Yan actually broke through casually. At the very least, that was what they thought. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, Su Yan's body changed again. At this moment, the dragon scales on his body did not dissipate. It wasn't peeling off piece by piece. Instead, all of them disappeared in an instant. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. His aura became more and more divine. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the bright moon had become clearer and the light seemed to have become more vibrant. At the same time, the mysterious green lotus seemed to have opened up a little. She looked very beautiful now. At this moment, the Buddha's heart in Su Yan's body had become more powerful than before. The reason his aura had undergone such a huge transformation was because of the Buddha's heart. When he broke through last time, the power of the devil dragon's heart increased, so his aura had undergone a huge change. This time, the Buddha's heart had taken the overall advantage and suppressed all other powers. Finally, because of this, Su Yan's aura immediately became incomparably divine. Therefore, the light quickly dissipated. Even he himself did not expect that the breakthrough this time would be so smooth. At this moment, Su Yan asked them, "Are the 2 of you okay?" At this moment, the 2 women did not answer immediately. At this moment, the 2 of them were completely stunned. Su Yan was not bad looking to begin with. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a divine aura, which made him even more attractive. At this moment, Su Yan had transformed into a little fresh meat. "This little fresh meat is mine." At this moment, Feng Yueyu's heart was set. Then, she suddenly smiled and said, "Su Yan, thank you." She hugged Su Yan and suddenly kissed Su Yan gently on the cheek. It had to be said that she was extremely firm when it came to doing things. Su Yan was completely stunned. He did not expect Feng Yueyu to do such a thing. However, what happened next made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia also kissed the other side of his cheek. At this moment, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. As the saying went, the most difficult thing to accept was the grace of a beauty. However, at this moment, he had received the grace of 2 beauties at the same time. How could he accept this? At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "Su Yan, you've already been branded with my mark. From today onwards, you're my man." Feng Yueyu was indeed a shrewish woman. Her words were very domineering, which made Su Yan feel helpless. However, Xianxia also joined in the fun. She said with a red face, "Big brother Su Yan, you've also been branded with my mark." Compared to Feng Yueyu, her voice was much softer. "Alright, the 2 of you stop fooling around. Right now, we are still in danger. Don't joke about this kind of thing." After Su Yan said this, he didn't give the 2 women a chance to speak. Now, his strength had greatly increased. At this time, he immediately began to try to break free from this black hole. After all, if they were really swallowed by the black hole, they did not know where to go. At this moment, Su Yan took a deep breath. His demonic dragon wings stretched out. At this moment, there were still 2 pairs of wings, but they were much bigger. Regal's sword teleportation technique, full power. Under the 5 dragons realm, he directly used the Regal sword teleportation technique. This speed was simply unimaginable. Moreover, the power within was extremely strong. Under such a violent power, he finally broke free from the restraints of this terrifying power. Then, he gradually left the pull of this power. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the black hole finally disappeared. The cold void reappeared. At this moment, Su Yan looked ahead and realized that he was no longer at his original place. Although the void outside was extremely cold, he was sure that he was not mistaken. He was really no longer at his original place. Thinking of this, he felt helpless. However, it was already good enough that he was able to survive this time. After all, being swallowed by a black hole was definitely not a joke. At this moment, his power was constantly changing, and Su Yan's aura was also constantly increasing. 5 Dragons Realm. In Su Yan's heart, there was a little more excitement. The increase in his realm made his 2 bodies even more powerful. And the increase in power allowed him to further control some of the mysterious powers in his body. Not to mention other things, just the control of the 4 great beasts had increased by a lot. The blood essence of the 4 great beasts' hearts was extremely precious. It even contained their inherited power. In the beginning, Su Yan could only use this power to achieve the purpose of controlling them. But now, he could analyze the inherited power from it. Of course, the power that he could analyze now was not very strong. However, he believed that as his power increased, he would obtain more and more from it, which would make him stronger. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly increasing. At this moment, his power had become extremely terrifying. At this moment, his heart suddenly moved. At this moment, he felt the aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yan, what's wrong? At this moment, Feng Yueyu leaned close to Su Yan and asked softly. Unknowingly, Su Yan broke out in a cold sweat. All along, his relationship with Feng Yueyu had not been good. But now, Feng Yueyu was speaking to him so softly. This made him feel really uncomfortable. More importantly, Feng Yueyu seemed to have triggered Xue Xinyue, which made her feel the same. Su Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Alright, the 2 of you act normal and talk properly. I'm not used to the 2 of you acting like this. Senior sister Feng Yueyu, aren't you being too gentle? You're so annoying, big brother Su Yan." "I've always been that gentle," Feng Yueyu said directly. Su Yan was momentarily speechless. Had he always been so gentle? However, Su Yan understood that it was better not to tell the woman too much about this kind of thing. He said, "Alright, let's not talk about this now. It's still considered safe here. Stay here and digest what you've just learned. I have some things to do. Don't worry, I've already left imprints on you. Once I'm done, I'll come and find you immediately." As he spoke, Su Yan placed 2 pagoda imprints on the 2 girls. He could tell that when he was trying to break through to the 5 Dragons Realm, the 2 girls had also gained some benefits because they were beside him. Although these benefits were not enough for them to break through to a new realm directly, the Buddha light that was emitted was extremely beneficial to them. At this moment, it was time for them to digest what they had learned. "Alright, big brother Su Yan." At this moment, Feng Yueyu wanted to follow Su Yan. After this incident, Feng Yueyu suddenly wanted to stick close to Su Yan. However, Xue Xinyue beat her to it. Chapter 677. Female Literature. She immediately stopped talking and smiled. She was willing to wait for Su Yan here. She was a very smart woman. In terms of understanding a man's heart, she knew more than Xue Xinyue. She was just being impulsive before. But now, she immediately knew what she should do to avoid Su Yan's disgust. After all, compared to Xue Xinyue, she had a natural disadvantage. She could only make up for it bit by bit. "Su Yan, I'll wait for you here. You must be careful," she said softly. At this moment, Su Yan quickly nodded and left as if he was escaping. If he didn't leave quickly, Feng Yueyu would probably come over and kiss him again. Hee, what an interesting man. Feng Yueyu laughed softly as she watched Su Yan's fleeing figure. At this moment, Xue Xinyue couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She snorted softly. But she didn't expect that Feng Yueyu would turn around and say to her, "Sister Xinyue, are you uncomfortable? Do you think I'm going to steal your man?" Xue Xinyue said, It's good that you know." Feng Yueyu smiled and said, "Sister Xinyue, I'll be honest with you. I've already fallen in love with Su Yan. I've never been so infatuated with someone since I was young. So this time, I definitely won't give up. Hee, I know you definitely like this brat. But looking at you guys, I'm afraid this brat didn't accept it?" Feng Yueyu's gaze was naturally extremely vicious. She was able to make so many people in the Taihang sword faction fall in love with her. Other than her beauty, she naturally had her own unique methods. So, she could see through the direct relationship between Xue Xinyue and Su Yan. Xue Xinyue's expression turned ugly when her secret was exposed by Feng Yueyu. But this was the truth. Su Yan had always only treated her as a sister. This really made him very sad. However, this was not something that could be changed by her own subjective will. At this time, she blushed and didn't know what to say. She knew Feng Yueyu's character. She would definitely think of a way to get whatever she wanted. She and Feng Yueyu were once good friends when they were young, but because of this, as time passed, they gradually became enemies. If she really had feelings for Su Yan, then it would be a very passive thing for her. Before Xue Xinyue could say anything, she suddenly laughed and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry, this time, I will help you keep Su Yan's heart. Xue Xinyue looked up at Feng Yueyu. No matter what, she didn't seem like such a generous person. At this time, Feng Yueyu said, I know that you won't believe me when I say this, but to tell you the truth, this time, the two of us should be on the same side. Hearing this, Xue Xinyue finally asked, Feng Yueyu, what exactly do you want to do? When she heard this, she was confused. What exactly did this woman want to do? For a moment, Xue Xinyue actually couldn't guess her thoughts. At this time, Feng Yueyu smiled and said, Sister Feng, if I'm not wrong, Su Yan must have other women. Tell me everything you know. Don't worry, this time, you and I are definitely on the same side. Only when the two of us work together will we have a greater chance of winning back Su Yan's heart. Xue Xinyue didn't say anything. To be honest, she didn't trust Feng Yueyu. At this time, Feng Yueyu said, Little Yu, this time, we have to work together. Otherwise, Su Yan won't be ours. Xue Xinyue was stunned. Thus, at this time, her heart was about to break down. What exactly was this Feng Yueyu thinking? Feng Yueyu smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Su Yan is such an outstanding man. Don't tell me you want to have him all to yourself? Let me think, based on your personality, I'm afraid you've already told him that you like him. But until now, there hasn't been any progress in your relationship. Then it's obvious that Su Yan rejected you. Xue Xinyue couldn't help but lower her head. Her personality was too weak. In front of Feng Yueyu, she naturally appeared submissive. At this time, Feng Yueyu said, Little Yu, this guy doesn't even want such an outstanding girl like you. What exactly is he thinking? It's nothing more than that he's thinking about other women. Maybe it's one or many. So no matter what, if we want to win his heart, we have to use some special methods. And this special method is that we sisters have to put down our barriers and then, Feng Yueyu was really amazing. In just an instant, Xue Xinyue was convinced by her and began to listen to her teachings. At this time, Su Yan was moving forward with all his might. This was because he felt that the sea-splitting demonic snake was in danger. This huge guy seemed to be in a tough battle at this time. Su Yan could sense through the essence blood that it left in his body that it wasn't in a good condition. It was now his mount. Su Yan had no reason to watch his mount die like this. So at this time, he was moving forward with all his might. At this time, this huge guy seemed to have sensed Su Yan's arrival. He immediately felt a pleasant surprise in his heart. Then, a thought was transmitted directly to him. Master, help me eat. The bloodline of the demonic sea-split serpent was extremely powerful, but compared to the blood-winged wyvern, it hadn't been around for that long. Because of this, it could only communicate with Su Yan to a limited extent, even though it used its consciousness. Su Yan immediately understood what it meant. It seemed that the sea-splitting demonic snake had found some prey and wanted to kill him and then devour him. This prey must be very important to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so excited. However, there was no doubt that this prey was very powerful. It was so powerful that it was no match for this prey. Instead, it had become the prey. However, it was fortunate that Su Yan was nearby. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. After a while, Su Yan had already sensed the violent movements in this place. In front of him, the sea-splitting demonic snake was fighting with a void beast. This void beast's appearance was very similar to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered a legend. That was that in the world he lived in, there were many monsters with the bloodline of void beasts. Of course, many people scoffed at this. However, based on the current situation, this might be the truth. The sea-splitting demonic snake felt the power that it yearned for. It might be a reaction from its bloodline, or it might be something else. In short, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked it. Fortunately, this void beast wasn't very powerful. Maybe it was just a newborn void beast. Therefore, the sea-splitting demonic snake was still able to hold on. Even so, it was enough to show how powerful this void beast was. However, such a young void beast had already rendered the sea-splitting demonic serpent helpless. It had even threatened his life. If Su Yan couldn't get there in time, the sea-splitting demonic snake would definitely die. After Su Yan arrived, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he instructed the sea-splitting demonic snake to continue fighting with the void beast for a while. He needed to look for an opportunity. Only when the opportunity was right could he kill the void beast with one strike. At this moment, the surface of the void beast was covered in rings of light. There were a total of 5 rings of light. Each ring of light exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was this aura that forced the sea-splitting demonic snake to retreat. If it hadn't been for its great power, it would have been torn apart. This terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything in this world. Of course, this was just an illusion, because the void beast's power hadn't reached this level yet. If it fully matured and was able to unleash this terrifying destructive power, it would really be able to destroy the world. Each of these void behemoths was synonymous with destruction. Every record in history was telling people how powerful it was. If it hadn't been for the protection of the sacred venerates on the continent, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Su Yan had already started to analyze this power. He knew that he had to understand how this power operated and how it could unleash its greatest power. If he didn't understand it clearly and acted rashly, the situation would become even worse. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake's power was still at the level of a venerable even in the void. One could imagine how powerful the void beast was to be able to force the sea-splitting demonic snake into such a state. Although Su Yan's power had increased greatly, he was still far from being able to fight against such a supreme existence. At this moment, the void beast's body was constantly twisting, and the 5 rings of light were also constantly changing. At this point, the sea-splitting demonic snake gradually started to move away, no longer fighting the void beast head-on. This was naturally Su Yan's idea. This was because Su Yan knew very well that the sea-splitting demonic snake wouldn't be able to hold on for long if they continued to fight head-on. What Su Yan needed now was time. He needed to use this time to find out the weakness of this big fellow before him. The sea-splitting demonic snake was very intelligent. After receiving Su Yan's order, it immediately started to move away. Although they were in the void, its speed was still unexpectedly fast. This was beyond Su Yan's expectations. The void beast was gradually enraged, and the 5 colored rings of light started to expand. Chapter 678. Female Literature. The 5-colored light wheel gradually began to change. The color of his eyes began to darken. Then, the power within it became even stronger. At this moment, Su Yan could clearly see that the distance between him and the void beast had increased. It turned out that the sea-splitting demonic snake could swim around this void beast. However, at this moment, the difficulty of swimming around the void beast increased exponentially. Su Yan's attention was completely focused on the void beast. Now, he needed to find a breakthrough. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's voice sounded. As soon as the void beast entered this state, the pressure on him instantly increased. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to continue swimming around the void beast, let alone kill it. But at this time, Su Yan still did not have any intention of making a move. This was because he knew that it was not the right time. The sea-splitting demonic snake transmitted its thoughts again. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." After the transformation, the 5-colored light wheel was really too powerful. Every light wheel contained unimaginable power. It was the most blazing fireball. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had not come into contact with it, it was already affected. This was the Void Beast's extraterritorial battlefield, not its battlefield. Even if there was no battle, its body was still under a great burden. However, its body was already very strong, so it ignored such a small burden. At this moment, it was already exhausted from dealing with the mysterious power of the Void Beast. Because of this, the influence of the extraterritorial void was infinitely magnified. Hold on for a little longer. Now you go to his left. Su Yan directly transmitted his will through his mind. After receiving Su Yan's order, the sea-splitting demonic snake was stunned. This was because, according to its perception, the left side was clearly where the power of the mysterious and strange light wheel was strongest. If it went that way, wouldn't it be suicidal? At this moment, Su Yan transmitted his thoughts again. Quick, this is an order. This time, it was actually an order directly issued by Su Yan through the original name contract. Faced with this order, he immediately lost the will to resist and could only follow Su Yan's will. Right now, he could only pray that his body was strong enough to not be struck by this power. Soon, the flame-like power arrived in front of him. At this time, his heart was filled with anxiety, and he even began to curse Su Yan. But in the next moment, after a slight burst of heat, he actually passed through this flame. I'm actually still alive, and I don't seem to have suffered any injuries? At that moment, it could not help but stare blankly. It was even wondering if the Void Behemoth's power had suddenly weakened. But at this time, Su Yan's order came again. After receiving Su Yan's command, the sea-splitting demonic serpent immediately sprang into action. Ahai, don't just stand there. Charge toward his lower right side. In fact, according to the scan of its mind power, this was another dead end. If it did that, it was afraid that it would die there. However, it had already acted according to Su Yan's order once before, so it trusted Su Yan a little more. Therefore, this time, it did not hesitate at all. This time, the situation was very similar to the previous one. That terrifying light wheel directly passed by its body, and the seemingly incomparably powerful power did not cause much damage to it. At this time, it immediately understood that its master seemed to have grasped some kind of pattern. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent transmitted its thoughts to Su Yan. Great master, quick, use that terrifying power and directly kill this guy. The terrifying power it was talking about was the terrifying power that Su Yan had displayed on the sea after borrowing the power of the Godslayer sword. Even now, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was still terrified by that power, and its whole body could not help but tremble. However, how could Su Yan dare to use that kind of power? Last time, he was extremely lucky to have been able to suppress the Godslayer sword. If this happened again, he did not think that he would have a chance of defeating the opponent. Once controlled by the Godslayer sword, it was needless to say that this would be the end result. Don't be noisy. Charge in front of him. Su Yan naturally did not pay attention to this guy. He gave the order again. At this time, a cold light was released from his eyes, and the power in it was simply terrifying. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent did not dare to go against Su Yan's will. Even though it was very frightened at this time, it still calmed itself down. Then, it directly unleashed all of its power. All of a sudden, an azure water pillar began to appear in the void outside the realm. This was inconceivable, but at this time, such a scene happened in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's entire soul was trembling nonstop. He was paying attention. At this time, when the Void Beast saw that the sea-splitting demonic serpent dared to attack it, it immediately exploded with boundless anger. At this time, the five-colored light wheel became even more dazzling. The two extremely terrifying beasts had already begun to fight with all their might. It was also at this time that Su Yan moved. His demonic dragon wings unfolded directly, and at the same time, the regal sword teleportation was pushed to the extreme by him. At this moment, his speed was already unparalleled. Now, it was hard to imagine that his speed had surpassed the sea-splitting demonic serpent at this time. He directly crashed into the 5-colored light wheel from below the sea-splitting demonic serpent. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic serpent was shocked. It did not understand why Su Yan was doing this. After all, its life and that of Su Yan were already connected. Su Yan's life was its life. At this time, Su Yan was actually doing this. Could it be that he had taken something too hard and wanted to commit suicide? But even if he wanted to commit suicide, shouldn't he break the contract before he died? It had to be said that the sea-splitting demonic serpent was a guy who liked to let his imagination run wild. Just as it was fantasizing, Su Yan's voice was heard again. Ahai, use your greatest strength and directly attack his head. The sea-splitting demonic serpent immediately collected its thoughts. Then an extremely terrifying ultimate light was immediately released. That berserk tide-like power drowned out everything. And Su Yan's figure also disappeared directly within. It's over. Master is dead. Am I going to die too? The sea-splitting demonic serpent was absolutely devastated at this moment. Just as it was letting its imagination run wild, Su Yan's speed increased again. This time, he had overloaded his spiritual qi, causing his speed to break through his own limits in an instant. Because its speed was too fast, a layer of faint flames even appeared on the surface of its skin. Su Yan's current situation seemed to be very dangerous. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be scared out of their wits. After all, the 5-colored halo was something that even the sea-splitting demonic serpent was afraid of. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Su Yan's actions were not reckless. He had been observing from the very beginning. Previously, he had let the sea-splitting demonic serpent take such a risk because he wanted to discover its weakness. The 5-colored halo was indeed powerful. It was so terrifying that it could almost directly kill a venerable. Under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not have been able to survive under such a terrifying divine light. However, he had discovered a weakness earlier. When the 5-colored halo was activated, the place where the halo shone did indeed become more powerful. However, in the inner circle of the light, the power was immediately weakened. No, it should be said that it directly disappeared. This void beast lived in the void outside the realm all year round. Its opponents and prey were all huge creatures. Therefore, in the long journey, the ability he obtained was to hunt such a large creature. This was what Su Yan took advantage of. At this moment, he had completely retracted all his aura. He needed to walk through this power vacuum. Only then could he truly get close to the void beast. It was precisely because of this that he needed the sea-splitting demonic serpent to unleash its greatest power. When he unleashed his greatest power, the void beast would definitely start to counterattack. Only then would his power be completely activated. Only then would Su Yan be able to find a vacuum for himself. Of course, such a vacuum was naturally very dangerous. Although many things were possible in theory, it was not so simple when it was actually put into practice. Moreover, it was such a dangerous thing. If there was even the slightest carelessness, Su Yan would die. Fortunately, Su Yan succeeded. He directly dodged this extremely terrifying power, and then very smoothly passed through this terrifying power. The huge void beast was right in front of him. This 100-meter-long void beast was truly awe-inspiring. And this was merely a void beast in its infancy. Its body was covered with extremely mysterious scales. Although they were both scales, its scales were completely different from the sea-splitting demonic serpents. These scales seemed to be able to store void energy. The destructive power of the void had no effect on him at all. In fact, it could even help him grow and become stronger. It was no wonder that every void beast was so terrifying. This was because the environment they grew up in was the worst of the void outside the realm. In such a terrible and harsh environment, they grew up. It was also because of this that they had the strongest bodies and abilities. What Su Yan wanted to do now was to kill it. Chapter 679. Girl Literature. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of the void beast. Compared to such a huge void beast, he seemed to be just a little bigger than an ant. However, even an ant had the ability to kill. And Su Yan was such a poisonous ant. The scorching sun sword appeared directly, and the spiritual qi in his body started to circulate. This was such a huge and terrifying power. When this power gathered, it immediately condensed into an extremely sharp aura. This aura was not grand and majestic, but it was extremely terrifying. It was an evil sword, as if it was born to kill. This move had a very domineering name, and that was God-slaying. God-slaying sword. Su Yan thought that if he could use the God-slayer sword to perform this move, its power would be even more powerful. However, Su Yan did not dare to provoke that God-slaying sword now. Each of the backlash divine swords was extremely terrifying. The aura of God-slaying sword rose to the peak in an instant. Such power was almost a miracle. Such a strange power was truly terrifying and unparalleled. The void beast was fighting with the sea-splitting demonic snake. The terrifying five-colored light was extremely bright, and it seemed to be able to directly shatter meteorites. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he was mistaken about a power. The appearance of this power made him feel uneasy. So at this moment, he was actually distracted. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake naturally seized this opportunity. The terrifying power of water directly entrenched itself. Then he directly raised his head and used his strongest power to directly burst out a terrifying shockwave. Such a violent power directly exploded at this moment. Even the terrifying five-colored halo was shaken at this moment. This was completely out of the sea-splitting demonic snake's expectations, because he knew very well that his power was definitely not a match for this void beast. Void beasts were really terrifying in the extraterritorial void. They were simply abnormal existences. When Su Yan asked him to fight with the void beast, he was very hesitant. However, he did not expect that this time he would succeed. His power actually directly suppressed the void beast. This was truly a pleasant surprise. But at the same time, he admired Su Yan even more. At this time, he naturally discovered the pain of the terrifying big guy, which was brought to him by his master. Although they were still some distance away, he could feel the terror of the deity vanquishing sword. Now, his fear of Su Yan was no longer just because of the contract. He felt that Su Yan was really a miraculous person. At this moment, Su Yan's deity vanquishing sword had already pierced in completely. The blood of the void behemoths was far hotter than Su Yan had imagined. Su Yan felt as if his palm was going to be ignited the moment his sword pierced the beast's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would have subconsciously let go at this moment. However, Su Yan was not an ordinary person. He had already experienced speechless pain and had even died countless times. He endured the terrible pain and refused to let go. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were curled up in a smile. How amazing! Such heat is even more terrifying than lava. Ha! Scorching sun sword, this is also your good fortune. Su Yan could not stop laughing at this moment. When Chobo passed this sword to him, he had said that it would be his greatest regret in life if he could not forge this sword into a divine sword. If there was a chance, he hoped that Su Yan could help him refine this sword. Su Yan naturally wanted to help Chobo fulfill his wish. However, this matter was really too difficult. One had to know that there were only 10 divine swords in the current Jojo continent. The master swordsmith of the Taihang sword faction was extremely powerful. On the path of swordsmithing, he had probably gone further than Chobo. However, it was a pity that he did not forge a true divine sword. At this time, as Su Yan's cultivation increased, he gradually understood a principle, and that was that the holy sword could be forged, but the divine sword could not be forged. The so-called divine sword was the god of swords. The power it possessed was absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Unless a god acted directly, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to create a divine sword. However, other than asking a god to act, there was actually another way, and that was to evolve a divine sword. A divine sword and its master had gone through countless battles together. Only if it could give birth to its own spirituality in battle, then it could evolve into a divine sword. At this moment, Scorching Sun Sword was walking on such a path. Although this was a very difficult path, at least it was possible for him to succeed. The scorching blood of the void behemoth was a huge opportunity for him. The The void beast's blood was so terrifying that its terrifying heat was enough to raise the quality of Scorching Sun sword to another level. This time, of course, it was impossible for the sword to evolve immediately. However, this was laying a foundation for the future. In addition, this sword was stained with this terrifying blood energy. Naturally, it could obtain a trace of spiritual energy from this blood, in order to create the conditions for the formation of its own sword spirit. At this moment, the void beast immediately became extremely angry. Its terrifying and ferocious claws fell directly. Such a terrifying power was simply extremely fast. It was like a gust of wind. Su Yan immediately felt great danger, but at this moment, Su Yan made a crazy decision. In such a dangerous situation, not only did he not retreat, but he actually rushed forward directly. Yes, at this moment, he directly nailed Scorching Sun sword into the void beast's blood vessel and directly rushed in together with him. The power of the void beast was so strong, but he actually did it. Crazy, really crazy. It seems that this master is really crazy. He actually dares to do this. This is simply courting death. Great master, it's fine if you want to court death, but you have to consider us. We still want to live. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's heart was filled with endless bitterness. How did he end up with such a reckless master? At this moment, Su Yan's body had directly entered the blood vessel. The suffocating feeling of terror was simply indescribable. Now, he was afraid that it was almost the same as directly entering the magma of a volcano. Kill! However, at this time, he didn't even say a word of nonsense and immediately moved forward. His purpose was very clear, and that was to kill. He wanted to kill this void beast. However, this void beast's defense was really terrifying. He had gone through a lot of hardships to succeed in the previous opening. However, such a wound could only bring him pain. However, it was unrealistic to want him to die directly. Moreover, this was the void. Once this void beast found that it could not defeat him, it would immediately escape. It was absolutely impossible for the sea-splitting demonic snake to stop it. Therefore, in order to kill this guy, Su Yan spared no effort. At this moment, he was swimming freely in the body of this huge void beast while releasing all of his power. Injuries that came from the inside were the fatal ones. Moreover, doing so could make the Scorching Sun sword even more surprised. In fact, in order to make the sword evolve, it could only let it devour powerful blood. If it could be bathed in divine blood, then even a rotten branch could become the most powerful divine weapon. Of course, this kind of thing was still too far away for Su Yan. Kilimahai, don't you want to devour him? Now is your chance. At this moment, Su Yan was wantonly destroying the void beast's body. The sea-splitting demonic snake could seize the opportunity and cooperate with him to directly kill this terrifying guy. As soon as the sea-splitting demonic snake heard this, its huge body immediately began to shake. At this moment, it was really too excited. It immediately roared, "Long live the master, long live the great master." Then, it directly pounced and immediately pressed the terrifying void beast down. His sharp claws were firmly suppressing the void beast. Now, it was really excited. If it could devour everything of this big guy, its strength would definitely increase in a short period of time. It laughed and said, "Void beast, you are mine. Ha, you are mine. I will definitely digest everything of you. By then, my strength will become even more powerful." At the thought of the benefits it was about to obtain, this big guy couldn't care less. Its body kept shaking, and a powerful force burst out at the same time. Thus, with the efforts of both Su Yan and the sea-splitting demonic snake, the void beast finally stopped struggling. After a long time, Su Yan finally struggled out of the void beast's body. At this moment, he looked really battered and exhausted, and his clothes were already in tatters. This was because the energy of the blood was really too terrifying. Even if he used spirit chi to protect his body, he could no longer protect himself. However, although he was very battered, he was still in a good mood. This was because this time he had gained a lot. The power of the blood was so strong that he naturally wouldn't forget to cultivate here. Through his efforts, his realm became more stable. At this moment, he had completely stabilized his cultivation of the 5 dragons realm. However, now that the void beast was dead, the spirituality in the blood continued to fade, and he didn't need to continue staying in the big guy's body. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was already impatient. Su Yen gave the order, and it immediately pounced. Chapter 680. Female Literature. The scene of the sea-splitting demonic snake devouring was too beautiful. Su Yen did not dare to look at it. After all, it was too gory. Hence, after he gave the order to the sea-splitting demonic snake, he immediately went to meet up with Xianxia and Feng Yueyu. After all, he had confirmed that it was a safe place, which was why he let them stay there. However, this was the extraterritorial void after all. There were countless dangers. It was hard to guarantee that dangerous guys would descend unknowingly. That would be terrible. Hence, Su Yen had to meet up with them as soon as possible. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already started to gorge itself. The bloody scene was like an epic horror film. On the other side, Xianxia looked at Feng Yueyu and gritted her teeth in silence. Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yueyu, have you thought it through? I think you should know that that guy is so stubborn. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to be with him for the rest of your life. Are you really willing to be his younger sister?" Was she really just his younger sister? Obviously, this sentence had already defeated her. Of course, she was not willing. She had finally found someone she liked, but she could only be his younger sister. One day, once he left, she would lose him. During this period of time, after Su Yen left, Xianxia had been telling herself to accept reality and forget about Su Yen. However, this was really a difficult thing to do. She could not do it. She really could not do it. Finally, she made up her mind. Okay, let's go together. I want to be with big brother Su Yen. Feng Yueyu looked at her calmly, as if she had already guessed this result. She smiled and said, "That's right. For us, happiness is something we have to fight for ourselves. What's the point of waiting? Little listen, when Su Yen comes back." Xianxia's face had already turned a little rosy. At this moment, another thought was transmitted over. "Kiki, it's my honor to meet the Taixing twin moons here." "Good, very good. It's been a few days." As soon as this voice appeared, it immediately gave the two people a fright. No matter what, they were still part of the 10 Taixing swords and were well-known figures of the younger generation. However, he actually had no idea how this guy had appeared. If this guy hadn't opened his mouth, he wouldn't have known that this person had appeared beside him. "You coward, die." At this moment, Feng Yueyu immediately attacked. An extremely intense beam of light immediately shot out. That was the Feng family's demons sealing divine light. This ray of light immediately began to spread in all directions like a beautiful and brilliant moonlight. In such a state, Feng Yueyu was indeed beautiful, as expected of Taihong's moon. But now, she was the angry moon. She was in a terrible mood to be attacked in such a place. At this moment, someone walked out from the corner. This was a very short guy. He was not tall, just like a dwarf through and through. Furthermore, it was a disgusting dwarf. At this moment, Feng Yueyu's expression immediately changed. Perverted dwarf. She wasn't scolding him, but this guy's name was Perverted Dwarf. He was originally a wandering scoundrel. Later on, he obtained an inheritance from somewhere and his strength actually increased by leaps and bounds. As a result, he became even more unscrupulous in his actions. Originally, he was just a lowly scoundrel. However, as his cultivation increased, he became even more unscrupulous in his actions. In the end, he actually defiled a female disciple of the Watermoon sect, one of the 10 great sects. The Watermoon sect was in another part of the 9 states continent. Although it was no longer at its peak, it was still one of the 10 great sects. This showed how powerful it was. However, this guy actually managed to survive the pursuit of the Watermoon sect. Since then, his name had become even more resounding. However, since then, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace and rarely came out. About 2 years ago, this guy appeared in the territory of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, the Feng family had once encircled and annihilated this guy. That year, Feng Yueyu had personally participated in that operation. However, it was a pity that this guy got the news from somewhere and immediately disappeared without a trace. Feng Yueyu didn't expect that after 2 years, she would actually meet this guy again. What was even more unexpected was that this damned guy was actually absorbed by the Divine Devil Island and came here. Furthermore, he was still alive and even met her. Haha, Miss Feng Yueyu, it's my honor that you still remember me. 2 years ago, you and I hurriedly parted ways. I missed you so much. The perverted dwarf was already filled with disgust just by talking. Not to mention, his pair of eyes were constantly wandering around the various parts of the two women's bodies. Perverted dwarf, 2 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape a calamity. However, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me today. However, since you're here, I'll send you to heaven. Feng Yueyu's murderous aura gradually thickened. A long time ago, his family wanted to kill this guy, but he managed to escape. But now, this damned perverted dwarf was right in front of her. Not only did this perverted dwarf take her virginity, but he also liked to kill. Furthermore, it was torture. Back then, she had seen that corpse with her own eyes. Since then, she swore that she would definitely kill him. Feng family's moon? You want to send me to heaven? How do you want to do that? Let me die under the peony flower? TSK, this is my favorite thing. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Come, let's have a good fight. I didn't expect to be able to play with 2 phoenixes by myself. His laughter was so disgusting. Just as he was speaking, his body had already flown towards the 2 of them. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said directly, "Little you, I'm sure you know about the reputation of this perverted dwarf. Let's join forces to kill him. This guy deserves to die." Xianxia nodded. At this moment, the sacred sword appeared in her hand. This sacred sword was given to her by Su Yan back then. When Feng Yueyu saw this sacred sword, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her eyes. After all, this sacred sword was something that every sword cultivator yearned for. However, this trace of envy quickly dissipated. She knew clearly what she should do at this moment. The 2 women's auras were completely released. During this period of cultivation, their cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Feng Yueyu and Xianxia had both reached the 2-dragon realm and were both at the peak of the 2-dragon realm. After the 2's auras were combined, the powerful oppressive force became even stronger. Feng Yueyu and Xianxia were already going all out. Although she really wanted to kill this guy, she knew one thing, and that was that this guy was extremely powerful. After all, this guy was someone who had escaped from the Water Moon sect's pursuit. From this, it could be seen that his strength was extremely terrifying. When fighting with such a guy, she naturally had to go all out to kill him. There's actually a sacred sword. This is really good stuff. Looks like I'm really lucky today. Not only did I get a beauty, but I also got a sacred sword. How fortunate! His divine thought was still floating, but his body had already disappeared from the spot. The gloomy void gave off a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was a ghost. This was truly a terrifying fellow. Behind, Xianxia directly transmitted her divine thought into Feng Yueyu's sea of consciousness. These 2 women, who were originally not very compatible, cooperated perfectly at this moment. The moment the colored midget appeared, 2 rays of sword light flew towards him. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised. Amazing, really amazing. The cooperation between the 2 of you is beyond my expectations. You actually managed to discover my location. His movement technique was extremely strange, which had always been his greatest advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. When he activated his movement technique, he could directly transform himself into a specter. This state allowed him to do many things without any scruples. However, he never expected that he would miscalculate today. Xianxia was actually able to discover his whereabouts. However, he was only slightly surprised. To him, this level of strength was nothing. After the initial surprise, he had already calmed down. He just watched as the 2 rays of sword light arrived in front of him. Interesting, really interesting. Suddenly, a strange and extremely powerful aura appeared from his body. This aura was like peach blossom trash, but also like a blur. Moreover, this strange aura actually blocked the power of the two of them. The two women's expressions changed. They didn't hold back at all in this attack, but the other party actually blocked it so easily. What was even more terrifying was that they suddenly realized that their strength was slowly decreasing. Oh no! They immediately realized that something was wrong. In front of this perverted midget, if they lost their strength, then they would definitely end up in a very miserable state. Taiheng twin moons, how beautiful. And this time, two moons actually threw themselves at me at the same time, haha. His laughter was wretched, and then he actually grabbed the two long swords. This person's strength was truly terrifying. He actually grabbed the two swords in his hands, and then he directly pulled them. The two women only felt a wave of energy coming towards them, and they actually couldn't help but fall into the embrace of the midget. Chapter 681. Female Literature, damn it. At this moment she was extremely vexed. Feng Yueyu did not underestimate this lecherous dwarf at all. But now, both he and Xue Xinyue had fallen into the trap so easily. You poisoned us, despicable thing. She knew that the sudden weakness in her body could not be due to her body. This despicable fellow must have poisoned her. Otherwise, she would not have ended up like this. It was just that she couldn't understand how this damned perverted dwarf could poison her in the void. Under normal circumstances, water and air could spread toxins. However, they were in the void. How could this fellow transmit poison here? Of course, now was not the time to care about this. What she needed to do now was to get out of her current predicament. They were too passive at this moment. Moreover, she instinctively detested this despicable fellow. Despicable, why isn't Su Yan back yet? Feng Yueyu thought. She did not realize that unknowingly, she had started to rely on Su Yan. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering force was transmitted over. When these two appeared, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were immediately stopped in midair. No matter how hard the lecherous dwarf tried, he could not move at all. At this moment, the lecherous dwarf immediately realized that someone had interfered with his matters. His face turned black immediately. How dare you meddle in my affairs? I want you dead. This arrogant thought was transmitted directly. At the same time, this despicable guy actually directly hit the two women with a force. At this moment, he was obviously trying to force Su Yan out by threatening the safety of the two ladies. Moreover, his intention was realized. At this moment, Su Yan appeared. The lecherous dwarf sneered. What a fearless brat. However, you will regret it very soon. He did not hold back at all in this attack. Moreover, he used some special methods. He believed that this would definitely give Su Yan a surprise. However, his expression changed immediately at the next moment. At this moment, a shield made of flames appeared in front of Su Yan. As soon as this shield appeared, it immediately blocked his attack. At this moment, the extremely terrifying green light within this attack was also directly incinerated at this moment. Corroded? At this moment, Su Yan squinted his eyes. He saw that his power was corroded just like that. His flame power was definitely not just for show, but even so, this power was still able to corrode his own power. This showed how terrifying this power was. If he was caught off guard and hit by this move, even Su Yan's body would more or less be injured. However, the moment he made his move, Su Yan had already guessed that this guy must be very powerful. Fortunately, it was because of this that he was fine at this time. If he was careless just now, at this moment he would be in trouble. However, it didn't matter now. Who exactly are you? How dare you interfere with my matters? The perverted dwarf was furious. Su Yan's appearance ruined his plans. How could he not be angry? Su Yan's gaze was cold. He said directly, "Who am I? I'm the one who will kill you." As he spoke, he charged towards the perverted dwarf. Ever since he was in his original world, the people he hated the most in his life were scums like perverted dwarves. Moreover, the perverted dwarf wanted to attack his friend at this moment. This made him even more furious. He had already made up his mind to kill this fellow. At this moment, the perverted dwarf disappeared again. "Brat, you're thinking too much if you want to kill me." At this moment, the perverted dwarf's cold laughter was heard. He had thought it through. He would try to kill Su Yan first. If he could, he would kill him directly. If not, he would retreat and leave immediately. He was a ghost in the night. Once targeted by him, that person could forget about surviving. "You're using such a trick in front of me? You're the one who's thinking too much." At this moment, the perverted dwarf suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he was being targeted by a giant beast. Even his soul began to tremble in disbelief. How did Su Yan discover him? Even if that little girl could discover him, it was impossible for her to do so. She could only sense his presence when he was about to appear. And now, he was clearly still in his ghost state. However, that person called Su Yan had actually launched an attack on him. It wasn't a bluff, it definitely wasn't. He believed in his directness. His intuition had saved him countless times. Therefore, he definitely didn't believe that it was just an illusion. However, this was too terrifying. This damn guy, how could he have such a trick? At this moment, a ray of flame was heading towards him. He was filled with fear towards this ray of light, so at this time, he did not dare to let this ray of light fall on his body no matter what. His figure flickered again. Ghost Shadow Rampage. This was his mysterious trick. It was also what he relied on to escape from being hunted down. Ghost Shadow Rampage. In such a state, he was the most mysterious ghost shadow. He directly changed his position, and the shadow swayed. However, even with that being the case, the feeling of danger still existed beside him. This was a terrifying feeling. It made his hair stand on end. Damn it! At this moment, the perverted dwarf no longer wanted to kill Su Yan. He didn't even have the heart to test him. This was because he knew that Su Yan's strength had exceeded his expectations. This young guy's strength seemed to have exceeded the range of what he could handle. Of course, he would remember this grudge. He definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. There would be plenty of time for revenge in the future. "You want to leave now?" "It's not that simple. Do you know that I, Su Yan, hate scum like you the most? Since you're already here, don't leave." A blood-red ray of light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was a ray of light that made the perverted dwarf feel danger and even despair. It was as if this ray of light could specifically restrain him. That was the blood dragon pupil. It was refined with the dragon soul as its source. It was specifically used to restrain all ghosts in this world. That was something that could even restrain real ghosts. This perverted dwarf's trick was only to temporarily transform himself into a ghost. How could he avoid such a powerful attack? At this moment, the perverted dwarf was really afraid. He felt that his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power. If this continued, he would definitely die. However, he didn't want to die. No matter what, he wanted to live. Damn it, where did this guy come from? He's so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he hated Su Yan to the core. However, he also knew that this was definitely not a suitable time to fight with Su Yan. Not to mention that Su Yan's strength alone was strong enough to pose a huge threat to him. Furthermore, there were still Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue beside him. Of course, he didn't think that these two girls were just flower vases. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by the divine Devil Island. Although these two girls were now hit by his trick and seemed to be powerless. However, he was very clear that this was only temporary. Of course, he was extremely unwilling to retreat just like that. Since they had already reached this stage, he had to create some trouble for Su Yan. "I want you to die." At this moment, he suddenly sent a thought to Su Yan. Su Yan was startled at first. It was also at this moment that a ripple appeared in his sea of consciousness. There was an extremely strange energy that appeared directly in his sea of consciousness. However, when Su Yan was in his sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly flashed, and the strange energy wave immediately disappeared. To Su Yan, this was really just a matter of an instant. However, it was also at this moment that he already knew why Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were hit by his trick. Divine thought. So you can use your own divine thought to transmit that strange energy. Su Yen immediately pointed out the mystery behind it. At this moment, the lecherous midget's expression became even uglier. This trick of his was almost always successful. Unless the person's cultivation level was much higher than his, otherwise, they would all be hit by it. Although some people could expel the energy that he set up using his divine thought, there were too few people like Su Yen who only frowned and already knew the crux of the matter. His estimation of Su Yan's strength immediately increased by a level. This guy, what a powerful divine thought. Su Yen was right. The reason why the two ladies were hit by it was because he did something to their divine thought when he was communicating with them. Xianxia and Yueyu were already very powerful. After all, they were chosen by Divine Demon Island. However, they were unable to find out how he did it. However, Su Yen was able to point it out with a single sentence. It could be seen how powerful and abnormal Su Yan's divine thought was. It was also at this moment that Su Yen directly slapped his palm over. He suddenly felt that he seemed to be facing an extremely terrifying existence, as though a supremacy was standing right in front of him. Under such power, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Su Yan's strength was actually so terrifying. Damn it, am I going to die here? Back then, he even survived the pursuit of the Water Moon sect. However, he was going to die in the hands of such a person here. How could he be willing? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he immediately let out a roar. The terrifying demonic sound actually caused the scene in front of the lecherous midget to change. Chapter 682. Female Literature. It's fake, that's. At this moment, the scene in front of the lecherous dwarf changed. Su Yen had indeed made a move, and his power was indeed very terrifying. However, it was definitely not like before. It was as if the entire world was Su Yan's power. He immediately understood that he had been tricked earlier. Apart from that strange movement technique, the lecherous dwarf was best at divine sense attacks. After all, these were two of his greatest Dharma gates. Not to mention the strange ghostly shadows, this kind of divine sense charm was also very terrifying. He could make people fall for it unknowingly. Just like Xianxia and Yueyu, their strength and aura were not weak. If the lecherous dwarf wanted to defeat them head-on, it would not be easy. However, this time, both sides almost did not fight, and the two women were directly subdued. If Su Yen had not suddenly arrived, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This was the lecherous dwarf's unique skill. However, the previous scene was very similar to his own method, which was to use the power of divine sense to make him feel despair. With such a mentality, he would naturally be unable to display his true strength due to fear. In this way, he would be killed very quickly. The guy opposite him actually knew such a method. In other words, this guy had learned it immediately after he had used it once. If it was the former, it would be fine. However, if it was the latter, this guy was even more terrifying. This was not only a retentive memory, but also a case of deducing other things. It was definitely a painful thing to be enemies with such a person. Thinking about how he had almost died under his own unique skill, he panicked. However, it was fortunate that the demonic roar had awakened him and bought him some time. Otherwise, he would have really lost his life here. Someone from the devil sect? At this moment, Su Yen frowned. He immediately realized that the guy who had roared earlier was actually from the devil sect. In that case, was this short and fat dwarf in front of him working together with the devil sect? Although this guy was easily defeated by him, Su Yen would never underestimate him. He clearly knew how powerful this guy was. His spiritual sense attack was truly terrifying, as it could be unleashed without a sound. His sea of consciousness was so powerful that it was probably not weaker than that of a venerable one. In particular, an unusual phenomenon had been born in his sea of consciousness, which was why he could instantly detect his attack. But others didn't. If this guy launched a sneak attack, then it must be a very scary thing. And there were two living examples in front of him. Moreover, he understood in his heart that such a person was definitely a person with evil intentions. As the saying goes, one must eliminate all evil. If he didn't kill this person this time, then he would definitely take revenge. Therefore, Su Yan had never thought of letting the dwarf go just like that. You want to leave now? He snorted coldly and attacked again. The Taishang sword shield was deployed in an instant. Such power flashed, and the terrifying aura was released in an instant. That terrifying killing intent actually made the lecherous dwarf shudder. He himself had killed countless people. Therefore, why would he care about ordinary killing intent? However, Su Yan's murderous intent caused him to tremble. At this moment, he could not help but recall the days when he was escaping. At that time, the Venerable One from Watermoon sect had personally attacked him, and he almost collapsed. Later on, if it was not for someone who helped him, he would have definitely died in the Venerable One's hands. Now, Su Yan actually made him feel that way. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, it made him feel terrified and uneasy. Save me! For a moment, he dared not make a move himself. Instead, he directly called for help from the person who suddenly appeared. That person frowned. Clearly, he was very displeased with the lecherous dwarf's unbearable state, but he still made a move in the end. Wind-Eye Devil Fist. He directly threw a punch, and a wave of energy immediately appeared. It was like a terrifying storm from the Nine Serenities hell. The moment this power appeared, Su Yan's surroundings were filled with the sound of endless howling winds. If it was in an ordinary place, this would not be considered a very surprising thing. However, the problem was that this was the void in the outer realm. In this place, there should not be wind at all. However, this wind had appeared so strangely. It was obvious how powerful this punch was. Su Yan knew that this was because his strength had reached a certain level, and his strength had materialized. It was like when the sea-splitting demonic snake was fighting with a void beast. A huge wave appeared around him. This guy who suddenly appeared was not weak. But even so what? He had already made up his mind to kill. Demonic dragon wings. His figure suddenly turned into a straight line, and the terrifying radiance immediately became extremely terrifying. The eye of the storm had already appeared, and a small meteorite floating around was directly crushed by this power. It was really too powerful. However, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings directly cut the eye of the storm. At this moment, the person who attacked only felt his chi and blood suddenly stagnate. Damn it, this guy is so strong. At first, he thought that this lecherous dwarf was really weak. However, at this moment, he immediately knew how powerful he was. Su Yan's strength had already exceeded his imagination. He even felt that Su Yan was comparable to the son of the devil. Although his strength was not bad in the devil sect, it was impossible for him to be compared to a monster like Su Yan. Demonic thunder orb, explode. He roared angrily, and a force immediately exploded at this moment. At this moment, a huge thunderous sound directly rumbled at this moment, and terrifying energy spread directly. Under such power, Su Yan finally had to stop his body. He was indeed confident that he would be safe under such power, but Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were not far away, and their strength had just begun to recover. If they were directly hit by this terrifying power, they would probably die immediately. That person seemed to have calculated that Su Yan would definitely go and save these two women, which was why he did this. Su Yan did not hesitate at all and immediately turned around, then protected the two women. Almost at this moment, a terrifying aura directly exploded. If it were not for Su Yan, the two of them would probably be dead by now. Big brother Su Yan, we've caused trouble for you again, Xue Xinyue said. She felt that she was really useless. Every time, she was causing trouble for Su Yan. She knew that if it were not for her and Feng Yueyu's safety, Su Yan would very likely have killed those two people directly. At this moment, Feng Yueyu also said, Su Yan, you saved my life again. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget. In order to repay you, from now on, I will be yours. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Why is this great aunt so bold? Right now, he already had enough love affairs. He didn't want to owe more people. However, he knew that it was useless to talk about these things with this lady. Therefore, he could only change the topic. Senior Sister Feng, where did this guy come from? His ability is very strange. Hearing Su Yan's question, Feng Yueyu rolled her eyes at Su Yan with hidden bitterness and flirtatious emotions. Then she said, "This guy is a lecherous dwarf. He's a very hateful and deserves to die, but he hasn't died yet. As for the one who appeared later, he should be from the devil sect." How hateful! This lecherous dwarf actually colluded with the devil sect. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the lecherous dwarf was able to escape from the Water Moon sect's pursuit back then should be related to the devil sect. The devil sect's reach was really long. It's just a pity that we didn't kill him today. I don't know how many good girls will be buried in his hands, Xue Xianxia said. Obviously, she also hated this lecherous dwarf very much. It was just a pity that she was not capable enough. If she was strong enough, it would be great if she could kill him directly. But now, not only was she unable to kill him, but she had also become Su Yan's burden. Thinking of this, her heart became even more disappointed. However, Su Yan said, "If that's the case, these two guys really deserve to die." However, it might not be that easy for him to leave just like that. Who knows, he might not be able to continue living today. Just as Su Yan was speaking, he had already transmitted his will to a big guy. That was the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake had just swallowed the void beast's body. After swallowing the void beast's body, his entire body had already undergone a transformation. Its scales had become even more mysterious, and it had even started to condense the energy of the void. As long as it was given a little more time to accumulate, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It would advance directly. I'm so happy. Although I'm a little unlucky to have followed this master here for no reason, it's really a great fortune to be able to swallow this void beast. My strength will definitely increase tremendously. At this moment he was really happy. In fact, it wasn't just his strength that would increase. His life essence would also be sublimated. At this moment, Su Yan's will had already been transmitted. Master's will. Staring at two humans? Not bad, not bad. Now that I think about it, Master is really not bad. Not only did he bring me such an opportunity, but he even prepared a post-meal exercise. Let's get to work. The sea-splitting demonic snake was completely different from before. At this moment, the energy of the void didn't reject him anymore, and it could even be used by him. Moreover, it wasn't long before his enormous consciousness noticed two people, and it was the perverted dwarf and the expert from the devil sect. Chapter 683. Female Literature. At this moment, they were still rejoicing that they were able to escape. Earlier, Su Yan had given them too much pressure. At this moment, the lecherous dwarf said directly, "Who exactly is that guy? He's actually so terrifying. Back then, I fought with Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai once, but this guy didn't give me such a huge pressure." Thinking about how Su Yan had used his own method to attack him, he was sweating profusely. He knew that if the person next to him had not suddenly appeared, he would have died. He had always been known for his methods, but he never thought that Su Yan's methods were actually more terrifying than his. This was definitely a terrifying enemy. Although he was lucky enough to survive this time, what about the next time? If they met again, would he be able to survive? More importantly, he didn't even know who such a powerful person was. The person from the devil sect next to him said, "His name is Su Yan, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. He's a genius who has just risen." The death of Xiang Yunfei, a son of the limitless devil sect, seems to be related to this guy. The death of the three venerables back then also seems to be related to him. He paused for a moment before continuing. "I originally thought that even if he's powerful, we should be able to capture and kill him if we join forces. But now, it seems that we're too naive. This guy's strength is simply terrifying. Damn it, I really want to kill him." The lecherous dwarf was very unwilling to give up. Ever since he escaped from the pursuit of the Water Moon sect's venerable, he had never encountered such a crisis again. However, this time, he once again experienced the threat of death. This made him very unwilling. If he could, he really wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, when he thought about Su Yan's strength, he felt discouraged. Su Yan won't be able to jump around for long. At this moment, the genius disciple from the devil sect next to him suddenly said. Hearing this, the perverted dwarf immediately understood something, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you preparing to deal with Su Yan?" At this moment, his interest was immediately piqued. If that was the case, that would be great. Other things aside, the beauty of the Taihang twin moons made him drool endlessly. After all, they were rare beauties. He had been unhindered for so many years, and there were not many women who could compare to them. If he could pick these two beautiful flowers, he would definitely be overjoyed. Because of Su Yan, he had originally planned to give up on this idea, but this guy's words immediately gave him hope. That's right, it is indeed to deal with Su Yan. Although the perverted dwarf had not officially joined them, he was originally on the same side as them. If the devil sect wanted to deal with Su Yan and the others, the more people they had, the better. Ghost Killing Palace Rosen has already recruited people and is preparing to kill Su Yan. And now, he is searching for Su Yan's whereabouts. And now, since we know where Su Yan is, we will naturally inform Rosen of this news. At that time, Su Yan will definitely die. Good, that would be for the best. Hearing this news, he immediately became excited. However, the two of them did not notice that while they were talking, a small snake was quietly approaching them. This small snake was the sea-splitting demonic snake. He had received Su Yan's order and was heading here. At this moment, he happened to hear something that seemed to be useful. He immediately informed Su Yan of this news through the soul contract. At this moment, Su Yan had already comforted the two women and was planning to find Feng Yuhai and the others to meet up with him. After hearing the news from the sea-splitting demonic snake, his eyes immediately narrowed. These fellows from the devil sect seem to be arranging something very interesting. Do they want to kill me? Interesting. If it was in the past, he might have been a little worried about these things. But now, he didn't have much fear. All he had was anticipation. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise the other party could give him. All of this was because of strength. At this moment, his strength had increased by too much. He, who was in the Five Dragons realm, was no longer the same as before. Now, he could not wait to fight. He wanted to use battle to prove his strength. Of course, he was not a madman. Naturally, he would not seek out super powerful existences like the Void Beast and the terrifying demon god to court death. At this moment, since Rosen wanted to deal with him, this was a sparring partner who had delivered himself to his doorstep. At this moment, Xue Xinyue noticed Su Yan smile and immediately asked, "Brother Su Yan, what's wrong?" Feng Yueyu also looked over. "What's wrong, junior brother Su Yan? Is there something fun? Don't forget about me. Little Yu and I have already given ourselves to you." After hearing this, Su Yan broke out in cold sweat. "What do you mean by giving yourself to me? I didn't do anything to you at all. Is it really okay for you to slander me like this?" However, he could only keep this in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would probably be beaten up immediately. Moreover, he was not allowed to fight back. Now, Su Yan felt that it was better for Rosen to come over quickly. Of course, with the two women beside him, Su Yan did not dare to be too reckless. Naturally, he hoped to fight with Rosen and the others. However, he could not ignore the two women's comfort because of this. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry and meet up with senior brother Feng Yuhai and the others. A few days have already passed and the 15 days are not too long away. If everyone is careful, we should be able to get through it. The Celestial Devil Island's Dao Master had said that he would stay in the Outer Realm for 15 days. Once the 15 days were up, he would naturally bring everyone back. Although they did not know the exact passage of time, they roughly knew that the 15 days were not too far away. At this time, many people were thinking of returning as soon as possible. However, Su Yan was not one of them. What he wanted now was to give himself more time. After all, he was going to become a hunter. He was going to hunt. There were many young powerhouses of the devil sect here. He and the devil sect were innately enemies. No matter which hall they belonged to, he would not let them go as long as he had the chance. From the moment they took Lu Lan away, this was already destined. Since they were destined to be enemies, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many of them as possible. Rosen wanted to start hunting, but he did not know that Su Yan was thinking the same thing. Of course, the most important thing now was to find Feng Yuhai and the others. After all, Su Yan was unable to know their whereabouts at this time. However, this was not too big of a problem because Su Yan always liked to leave a backup plan when he did things. When everyone was about to leave, he had already left a trace of a mark on Mu Tianxing's body. Mu Tianxing could naturally feel it, and he believed that she would not erase this trace of a mark. Although Su Yan did not know which direction they were in, he could roughly sense it by following this mark. At this time, Su Yan's speed had increased to the limit. The two women were directly pulled into his arms. He helplessly realized that the two women seemed to be enjoying his embrace very much. These two women were extremely beautiful to begin with. And at this time, they displayed the expression of a lazy cat, which was even more beautiful and moving. As expected of the Taihang twin moons, such a scene was simply desirable. Su Yan felt that if it wasn't for the people he cared about in his heart, he might have already been attracted to them. However, he knew that he could not indulge his heart like this anymore. He already had enough on his shoulders. If he developed feelings for these two women at this time, it would be harming them. The current situation was just a small quarrel between the two women. He believed that as long as he left them, they would forget about him. After all, the Taihang sword faction was full of talents. The aura of his mark was getting closer and closer, but at this time, he realized that Feng Yuhai and the others were not in good condition. Could it be that Rosen has already launched an attack? This guy's speed is really fast. However, I think that with Feng Yuhai's ability, he shouldn't have any problems. Moreover, there's still Meng Yang. Su Yan thought in his heart. Feng Yuhai's strength was needless to say. In Su Yan's heart, Feng Yuhai's position had never been lower than Wang Baichuan's. As for Meng Yang, although he was a bit of an idiot, his strength was unquestionable. In addition, there was Mu Tianxing in their group. Although Su Yan had never seen Mu Tianxing make a move since he met her, Su Yan knew that if she really made a move, her strength would definitely be extremely shocking. However, Su Yan soon realized that Feng Yuhai's enemy was not the Devil sect, but the Devil clan. At this time, countless little devils were constantly flying around. These little devils did not have strong fighting strength. However, when these little devils gathered together, they could emit a strange fluctuation. Such a fluctuation would bring extremely heavy mental pressure to people. And the greater devil among them was fighting Feng Yuhai and the others under such circumstances. For some reason, the group of devils was actually so crazy this time. Feng Yuhai and Meng Yang were fighting with all their strength, so one could imagine the speed at which the devils fell. According to the previous pattern, the devils should have retreated in such a situation. Chapter 684. Female Literature. However, under such circumstances, not only did the demons not show any signs of retreating, but they also became more and more aggressive. Su Yan knew that this was definitely not normal. At that moment, he was about to make a move, but at that moment, he suddenly stopped. Because at the very beginning, he had already wondered if these demons were being commanded by someone. If not, why would they advance and retreat in such an orderly manner? From the looks of it, although the cooperation between the big demons and the little demons was not flawless, it was already very clever. There must be a commander among them. Su Yan immediately confirmed this thought. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "Su Yan, they are in a very dangerous situation now. Let's go and help them." Feng Yueyu was sometimes willful and mischievous. However, she was still a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, and one of them was her cousin. Naturally, she would be worried. Su Yan said, "Senior Sister Feng, go and help them. However, you must remember that you must not rush in. You must kill as many of these little demons as possible from the periphery." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Feng Yueyu immediately frowned and said, "Su Yan, I am very happy that you are worried about my safety. However, I am still a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Now that my fellow disciples are in trouble, how can I not go in and save them?" Su Yan smiled helplessly. However, Feng Yueyu was still quite likable at this moment. He immediately said, "Senior Sister Feng, you're right to listen to me. I'm asking you to do this because I want to save them. If you barge in directly, look at this vast group of evil demons. Even if you can buy them some time to breathe, can you let them escape? At this moment, Xue Xinyue said, Feng Yueyu, trust Su Yan. Compared to Feng Yueyu, Xue Xinyue trusted Su Yan more. At this moment, Feng Yueyu finally said, all right, I understand. However, junior brother Su Yan, I believe that you will definitely not disappoint me. This time we must rescue them. After saying that, she immediately took action and headed straight for the group of little devils. She was also a Dragon Realm elite, so it was easy for her to deal with these little demons. As she swung the lunar rain sword in her hand, imps fell one after another. It was no wonder that he was unhappy. For her, this was a complete waste of talent. Warm Moon, listen well, you have a mission, and that is to observe from here. You have to see an existence that is different from all the other demons. I'm not asking you to avoid the battle, but to find it. This existence is the key to this stop. If you can quickly find it, then this crisis will be quickly passed. After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly walked forward. He let Feng Yueyu wander around the periphery while he charged into the group of evil demons. And the moment he charged into the group of devils, he immediately pushed all of his aura to the maximum. There was even the aura of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan did this on purpose. He knew that the aura of the great demonic dragon was extremely attractive to these devils, and he wanted to attract their attention so that he could reduce the pressure on Feng Yuhai and the rest. Of course, other than that, there was also an extremely important reason, which was to find. He had to find the leader of this group of devils. He believed that this leader was the key to this battle. At this moment, the appearance of Su Yan's demonic dragon aura immediately attracted countless devils. The great devils were still fine. After all, after evolving into great devils, their intelligence had increased by a lot, and at least they would not be controlled by their instincts. However, these imps were not the same. After feeling the joy of Su Yan's aura, who knew how many imps immediately went into chaos? They were like locusts directly charging towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis was fully activated. At the same time, flames appeared around his body. Scarlet Spirit Fire. This flame had been nurtured in Su Yan's body all this time, and today, it had become extremely powerful. At this moment, facing so many devils, Su Yan directly summoned it. This was the best thing to deal with these imps. At this moment, Xue Xinyue began to sense with all her might. Her perception was extremely outstanding. Su Yan had already discovered this point a long time ago, and it was once again reflected in the battle with the lecherous dwarf not long ago. That lecherous dwarf was simply unpredictable. Feng Yueyu's cultivation was actually half a level higher than Xue Xinyue, but Feng Yueyu was unable to discover the perverted dwarf. Xue Xinyue, on the other hand, was able to determine the location of the perverted dwarf the moment he ended his unhindered phantom. This was Xue Xinyue's natural advantage, and Su Yan wanted to use this point to find this existence. The battle immediately became extremely chaotic. At this moment, the pressure on Feng Yuhai and the rest naturally decreased. Meng Yang's arrogant laughter immediately sounded, haha, I knew that bastard Su Yan wouldn't die so easily. He is indeed still alive. Su Yan was rendered speechless by his words. Why does this guy curse me to die every time we meet? Damn it, it seems that it's time to teach him a lesson. Of course, this thought disappeared in a flash. This was because at this moment, his attention was completely focused on the group of imps. Xue Xinyue's perception was indeed powerful, but Su Yan did not dare to place all his hopes on her. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an extremely special existence in the group of imps. Although he was also constantly swaying, from the beginning until now, he had not rushed up to fight with him. Moreover, although he looked very similar to the imps around him, there were still some differences. At this moment, the reptile seemed to have sensed Su Yan's divine thought, and he immediately began to sway. He wanted to disappear under Su Yan's divine thought. Despicable reptile. Su Yan was furious. He waved the blazing sword in his hand again, and countless flames flew out, immediately killing countless imps. However, in just a short while, Su Yan could no longer detect the existence of the imps. At this moment, he was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, Xue Xinyue's voice sounded, "Brother Su Yan, behind you." Su Yan was immediately delighted when he heard this voice. He did not hesitate at all, and did not even have the intention to confirm it, because at this moment, he trusted Xue Xinyue's judgment. His blazing sun sword directly stabbed behind him. The sword directly pierced into the body of the imps. At this moment, the imps were struggling in the group of imps. On his ugly and ferocious face, there was an expression of incomparable fear. But today, he was destined to die, and he could not escape no matter what. Since Su Yan's blazing sun sword had pierced into his body, he was destined to die here. At this moment, the surface of his body began to be filled with a red light, which was the power of Su Yan's blazing sun sword. At this moment, under the burning of the blazing sun sword, the imps finally died. Almost at the same time that the demon died, the countless little demons scattered in all directions. The scattered imps left directly, and the remaining great imps immediately appeared to be a little lonely. The people here were all extremely powerful existences, and there were no particularly powerful imps here. Previously, because of the presence of the imps and great imps formed a cooperation and directly trapped everyone. At this moment, the imp commander was killed by Su Yan, so the formation was immediately shattered. Without the formation, the remaining guys were just chickens and dogs. The imps were directly repelled, and those who survived were immediately gratified. Although almost all of them were imps before, with such a large black mass, just the mental pressure was already very terrifying. Not to mention that they could also send out that terrifying mental attack. At this moment, these guys were finally eliminated. Su Yan, this time it was Su Yan again. If it were not for Su Yan, even if they could finally discover this point, someone would have to be sacrificed. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to save us again this time. If it weren't for you, we would have suffered heavy losses this time. At this moment, Feng Yuhai had already walked over. He was naturally very happy to see that Feng Yueyu was safe and sound. But at this moment, Su Yan was not happy. It should be said that he was not happy at all. They really knew too little about the imps. In the war 10,000 years ago, although humans had won in the end, there were very few records about the imps. From this, it could also be inferred how terrifying the war was. Who knew how many people died because of it? Senior brother Feng, why did this group of imps suddenly appear here and attack so crazily? Logically speaking, a large number of imps had already been wiped out before, so for the imps, this was a dangerous place. There should be no reason for them to come here. But they just had to come, and they were so crazy and determined. So there must be something here that attracted or forced them to continue to come here. At this moment, Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "You should ask Meng Yang about this matter." Hearing this, Su Yan immediately rolled his eyes. As expected, it's this guy again. His ability to attract hatred was simply too powerful. Su Yan had even begun to consider whether or not he should directly kick this guy out. Chapter 685. Female Literature. Meng Yang, tell me what's going on. Don't tell me you don't know, Su Yan said angrily. Meng Yang probably also knew that he had done something wrong. This time, he didn't waste any more words and just said, "Indeed, I was wrong in this matter. However, I didn't want to be like this. Moreover, I think that even if you were in my shoes, you would most likely make the same choice as me." Su Yan immediately felt curious when he heard this. It seemed that it was really something good for Meng Yang to say such words. "Oh, tell me about it." At this point, Meng Yang's face immediately showed excitement. He said directly, "Su Yan, that day, the demon god woke up and fought with the void beast." Su Yan certainly remembered. If it were not for the two guys fighting, the black hole would not have appeared, and he would not have forcibly broken through to the five dragons' realm under the threat of the black hole. Meng Yang continued, "The two guys fought for a few days, and in the end, the void beast gained the upper hand. In the end, the demon god retreated, and the void beast chased after him. However, after they left, I found something good on the battlefield, and that was a claw of the demon god." After saying that, Meng Yang took out the demon god's claw. As soon as the claw appeared, a very terrifying demonic aura immediately emerged. For a real demon god, this claw should be just a small part of his body, but the aura it contained was already so terrifying. Not to mention the huge amount of demonic aura on the claw itself was already an extremely rare treasure. If he could bring it back and make good use of it, it might become a very good thing. Su Yen, do you know that if I bring this back and ask a forging master for help, this thing should be able to be forged into a sacred weapon? At this point, Meng Yang was almost drooling. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said with a smile, "A forging master? I have one in the Taihang sword faction. Although Uncle Master Wia almost always forges swords, with such a material, he can help you forge a treasured saber." As soon as Feng Yueyu finished speaking, Meng Yang immediately said, "Treasured saber? What's the point of forging that thing? What I need is an indestructible stick. That way, it will feel better when I fight in the future." Meng Yang laughed arrogantly, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. This guy, is he really a swordsman? Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Such an eccentric fellow was truly rare at that time. As for Meng Yang himself, he was still proud of his creativity. He did not care about what others on their minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "If I had known that brother Meng Yang had such thoughts, I think we shouldn't have helped him back then." Most people agreed with this statement. After all, everyone was concerned about Meng Yang's staggering blow. After all, if one day Meng Yang's brain suddenly went haywire and did something like that, not everyone would be able to live a long life. The devil's claw? Meng Yang, why don't you give it to me? At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Everyone immediately frowned, because they knew the owner of this voice. Rosen. Rosen of the Devil Sect's Ghost-Killing Hall. This time, Rosen seemed to have gained a lot of benefits. His aura had become extremely vigorous. Clearly, his cultivation had increased a lot. Su Yan looked at this guy. He naturally knew Rosen's plan. According to Su Yan's original plan, he wanted to go find Rosen after a few rounds with them. However, he didn't expect this group of demons to appear and delay a lot of time. Furthermore, Rosen's efficiency was not bad. He actually came straight to him. However, this was also good. After all, Su Yan was going to find trouble with him. At this time, since he was above, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. "Rosen, right? Have you lost your mind? You actually want to buy my things. Is this young master's thing something a fool like you can buy?" At this moment, Meng Yang was extremely arrogant. He could naturally see that Rosen's strength had increased a lot. But so what? His Meng Yang's strength had also increased greatly. It was still unknown who would win. Furthermore, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and the others were all here. If they really got up, it was still unknown who would win. Who would Meng Yang be afraid of when he went back? At this moment, Rosen directly said with a smile, "Everyone, I know that you think you have extraordinary strength and have the ability to fight with me. However, I advise you not to do so. Because if you help the Taihang sword faction today, my devil sect will definitely settle accounts with you in the future." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the experts behind Feng Yuhai immediately changed. After all, not all the experts here were from the 10 major sections. Many of them were individual cultivators. As Rosen said, if they offended the devil sect and were directly hunted down by them, it would not be a fun thing to do. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Everyone, each of us is a cultivator. We cultivators are fighting against the heavens. Why would we need the devil sect's charity? Besides, if you shrink back today, what about another day? Since you're able to come here, you're naturally not ordinary people. I think you all understand this." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, the eyes of all the powerhouses lit up. It was a kind of anger. Su Yan was right. Cultivators were fighting against the heavens. Most importantly, if they shrank back in the face of the devil sect, what about in the future? One day, they would have nowhere to retreat. Moreover, at this time, they were already on the Taihang sword faction side. If Feng Yuhai and the others were really killed by them, would the devil sect let them go? No, they wouldn't. The devil sect was not so kind. In that case, what was the use of being in awe of the devil sect now? At this moment, everyone's aura suddenly rose. At this moment, there were already people who sneered. You damn thing. Even now, you still want to talk nonsense with us? So what if you're from the devil sect? Kill me if you can. With one person taking the lead, more people immediately stood up. That's right. Aren't they just a bunch of bastards? What's so great about them? Besides, if they all die here, There were indeed many ruthless people among these people. At this moment, they actually wanted to kill the devil sect people to silence them. What a bunch of naive people. You actually want to silence us. I only hope that you can continue to live. At this moment, the two sides had already started cursing at each other. Su Yan was speechless. The two sides were clearly going to start a war, but at this moment, they were cursing at each other like gossipy women. Among them, Meng Yang was the one who cursed the most fiercely. His strength was indeed terrifying. At least 70% of their firepower was on him. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in everyone's ears. It was Feng Yueyu who stood up. Are you all idiots? At the very least, you're all outstanding talents of the younger generation. You actually started cursing at each other. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. If you're a man, then don't say anything and just start fighting. At this moment, Feng Yueyu was overflowing with domineering aura, displaying the demeanor of a queen. As expected of Taihong's moon. Her charm is extraordinary. I'm definitely going to pluck this flower. At this moment, the lecherous midget in the crowd stuck out his tongue greedily. At this moment, Rosen had already laughed and said, if that's the case, then let's do it. He directly pressed his palm down lightly, and immediately, a terrifying aura rose into the air. A dark golden ring began to appear. The smile on his face became even wider, and he directly said, Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to block this move of mine. He waved his palm, and as his palm danced, the dark golden ring began to split. In the end, it formed a total of 108 rings. Earth Fiend Astral Wind, Demon Summoning Technique. Demons, heed my command. He directly shouted. As his voice fell, a series of extremely terrifying energy directly exploded at this moment. Then, demonic figures immediately appeared one after another. Those were demons. This guy was actually able to summon demons. This was really unexpected. This is the secret technique of my limitless demon sect. After the great battle back then, the seniors of my demon sect directly researched methods to control demons. This is the void outside the realm, so summoning demons is even easier. Face your enemies well. I hope you won't be eaten up by the demons. As soon as this move landed, an endless number of demons immediately appeared. The demon sect had the word demon in it, so their cultivation technique was naturally strange and evil. After the great battle back then, some people realized the strength of demons, so they began to study them. In history, the craziest thing was to directly transform oneself into a demon. However, that expert was directly killed not long after. And what the demon sect did was to summon demons. They directly summoned demons to fight for them. However, this method was very difficult, and no one in the demon sect had been able to successfully perform it for a long time. Rosen was really a genius. He actually succeeded in something that others couldn't do. Probably because this was the void outside the realm, the difficulty of summoning demons was greatly reduced. At this time, an endless number of demons appeared. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows and directly locked his consciousness on Rosen. He naturally knew the principle of capturing the ringleader to capture the bandits. Moreover, he had just fought a great battle with the demons, so he also knew the importance of a controller to the entire demon group. Chapter 686. Female Literature. At this moment, Rosen was obviously the core of this group of people. If he was directly killed, then everything would be settled. Although there were powerhouses among the remaining people, they were insignificant compared to Rosen. Therefore, Feng Yuhai's first target was Rosen. However, as soon as he made his move, someone immediately blocked Feng Yuhai's path. Take Xing's second sword? Come. Let's fight. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Today is a rare opportunity, the person said directly. Since this guy dared to appear in front of Feng Yuhai, his strength was not bad. With a rough look, his strength had reached the peak of the 4 dragons. It seemed that Rosen had gathered a large group of people. Feng Yuhai did not waste any words. He immediately unsheathed the sacred sword in his hand, and an extremely powerful aura directly oppressed the other party. At this moment, he did not hold back and directly released the strength of the 5 dragons. Facing the enemy, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. The terrifying aura had been raised to the extreme in that instant. The person who blocked him felt as if a terrifying giant beast had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he almost retreated. It was obvious how terrifying Feng Yuhai's strength was. This person was also a member of the demonic path, but he was not from the limitless demon sect. However, he had a great reputation. Moreover, his fierce reputation was earned by his own killing. That lecherous dwarf could not be compared to him at all. At this moment, he came up with high fighting spirit, but he was directly defeated in just one move. He could not accept such an outcome. Therefore, he directly sneered, "You are indeed powerful." As expected of Feng Yuhai. It seems that it is impossible to continue holding back today. Yashaming Wang. At this moment, an extremely mysterious and powerful aura immediately appeared around his body. That was the so-called Yashaming Wang. The cultivation of demonic path disciples had always been extremely extreme and cold. However, it was very rare to see someone like this one in front of him. At this moment, it was as if he had directly opened the door to the netherworld. At this moment, his aura was directly raised to the extreme. His entire person seemed to have changed. This was the Wuxia Hades. Such a heavy and terrifying aura. Feng Yuhai raised his eyebrows. His original intention was to kill Rosen directly. However, at this time, this guy was blocking his way. It seemed that it was impossible to bypass him and kill Rosen directly. Since that was the case, he could only kill this guy now. Because this guy's aura was so strange, he knew that it was the aura of the legendary Wuxia. Wuxia's successor, you also deserve to die. His power was released at this moment. It was as if an incomparable ocean had suddenly appeared around him. That terrifying aura was unimaginable. Although his aura couldn't be compared to the sea-splitting demonic serpent, it was still very terrifying. He was able to burst out with such power in such a realm. Feng Yuhai was indeed an extremely terrifying person. When the Wuxia descendant felt Feng Yuhai's power, he actually trembled. This guy was really too strong. His cultivation level should be the same as his. But why was his battle prowess so strong? His cultivation level had actually reached such a level. The first thought that came to his mind was to retreat. This was something that he never thought would happen. However, at this time, he still didn't retreat. This was because if this operation was successful, the benefits he could reap were simply too great. Therefore, he still went up to fight with him. At this time, the two's powers were competing head-on. Wuxia's power had always been known for being dangerous and terrifying. At this time, an extremely cold and gloomy power directly enveloped him. However, at this time, his advantage in power was directly suppressed. The majestic power of the sea pressed forward with indomitable will, as if it wanted to crush all of his power. He frowned and immediately knew that this was an extremely dangerous situation for him. Do you really think that you can defeat me with such strength? Feng Yuhai, you've been standing on the altar for too long. Today, I'll directly kill you. Since the battle had already begun, he might as well stake it all and put all of his power into this. At this time, his body began to release a faint red light. At this time, he seemed to have completely transformed into a divine ghost. At this time, his power had at least increased by several times. In such a state, he finally had enough confidence. He directly swung his sword, and the scarlet power tore a terrifying crescent moon in the sky. This was an evil crescent, and its power spanned across heaven and earth. Feng Yuhai's terrifying aura of the ocean was actually forcibly blocked. Haha, I blocked it. How was it? I told you that your legend would end today. This state was his ultimate battle state. Once he entered this state, his strength would become extremely terrifying. The price he had to pay for this was extremely heavy. Normally, he would never use this state, but at this time, he did not hesitate to use it. Putting aside the promise that Rosen gave him, just the thrill of defeating Feng Yuhai was enough to make him extremely excited. In a short moment, he had already exchanged at least 30 moves with Feng Yuhai. Each of their moves would erupt with extremely terrifying energy flames. The terrifying energy flames were strange and overbearing. For a moment, even Feng Yuhai was forced to retreat by him again and again. Haha, do you see that? You're no match for me at all. What bullshit, young genius. I'm the one. You people are just fishing for fame. You're nothing at all. Your strength can't be compared to mine at all. Once he entered the Xianxia state, there was an extremely serious sequela, and that was berserk. Xianxias were irrational creatures. They were extremely crazy, but they were also extremely murderous. Every living Xianxia was a natural fighter. They lived for battle and died for battle. The power possessed by such a powerhouse was simply unimaginable. It could be said that the strength of a Xianxia was not inferior to that of a demon. However, the frequency of Xianxias appearing was not high, and they had never invaded in groups like the demons. Therefore, many people did not have a deep impression of them. However, the strength of a truly powerful Xianxia was extremely terrifying. They were simply the destroyers of the world. And now, this guy had transformed himself into a Xianxia in a short period of time. How could such a person not be powerful? How could his strength not be terrifying? Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the little demons summoned by Rosen had already gathered here. The densely packed little demons were like a terrifying bat colony. They were even more terrifying than before. Everyone here had powerful cultivations, but they could not help but tremble in the face of such a scene. There were definitely many people who had the same thoughts as Feng Yuhai. At this moment, Su Yan had such thoughts. At this moment, he also charged directly at Rosen. Rosen's devil summoning was indeed powerful. In this way, it was equivalent to summoning countless powerful subordinates for himself. Even if they wanted to fight against him, it would not be easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, only by killing this guy could they lead everyone out of this predicament. Rosen looked at Su Yan, then said with a smile, "Hee hee, do you want to kill me? I'd like to see how powerful you are to be able to execute the decapitation strategy on me." Among everyone, the one Rosen wanted to kill the most was not Feng Yuhai, but Su Yan. When he was in the secret realm, he had already begun to fight with Su Yan. From that moment on, he already knew that Su Yan was very likely to be his lifelong enemy. His potential was really too terrifying. Although he had not met Su Yan many times, he had such a feeling every time. And this time, it was even more intense. One had to know how powerful his own strength had become at this time. However, unfortunately, Su Yan's strength was actually not inferior to his. The last time they met, his realm was 2 realms higher than Su Yan's. But now, Su Yan's realm was actually not inferior to his. He was simply a monster. One had to know that the reason why his realm could continuously break through in such a short period of time was because of the Ghost Killing Hall's first elder. But what about Su Yan? Why did he have to do this? What right did he have to compete with him? Rosen had investigated Su Yan. He was just a wild boy from a backward place like the 5 Counties continent. But his strength was actually not inferior to his own. This made him extremely unwilling. When Feng Yuhai came, someone stopped him. However, Su Yan directly came in front of Rosen. "Long time no see, Su Yan," he said with a smile. Su Yan said, "It seems that it hasn't been long. Rosen, you're really annoying." At this moment, his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy. Moreover, because of their different standpoints, both sides were natural enemies. Since it was already like this, there was no need for any nonsense. At this moment, both sides' killing intent had already locked onto each other. Their arrogance was raised to the maximum at this time.